evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the February 2nd meeting of the Nanaimo City Council. I'd like to call the regular meeting of Council to order. Mr. Jackson, any introduction of late items?
Thank you, Worship. We have a few on here. There is an addition to 6A under Mayor's Report. It's the Mayor's Address. As well, moving item 9D, which is Hospital Area Transportation Utility Place Replacement Tender, and that's going to be moved to right after your address, but before item 8A. As well, item 8A, meeting dates and agenda circulation times, adding a delegation by Ms. June Ross. And then we have 6 new delegations for the Colliery Dams update in the order of Mr. Dan Appel, Ms. Geraldine Collins, Ms. Dara Warledge, Mr. Jeff Solomon, Mr. Leon Cake, and Mr. Terry D. Wager. And under item 9F, we're removing 2 of the properties, the first and the third. So 2477 Rosstown Road, 673 Hamilton Ave are both removed. And then there's a new item, 14B, other business, a motion for council consideration from the mayor. And I believe you had something for Mr. Fuller as well, Your Worship.
Thank you. So the first item of business, we're going to, can I get the motion for the adoption of the revised agenda? Thank you. So moved, seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the first item up, it's with great pleasure that I would like to, before my address, I would like to bring up Mr. Robert Fuller, who wants to address council and give us an update on our colleague and our friend, Mr. Gordon Fuller. Please, come to the podium.
Mr. Yoakum, I left my sweater on. I didn't want to steal your thunder. I'll just take up a brief bit of time here because there's a lot of business to take care of tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor, council, city staff. I'd like to thank all of Gord's friends, the many people I've newly met, for your heartfelt wishes for Gord's speedy recovery. I'd like to thank our well-able hospital staff for their care for my brother. And I'd like to thank Mr. Cobb, who I've never met, who was the first person to deliver care to my brother, who I credit for saving his life. And I'd like to thank the citizens of Nanaimo. You truly make me so proud to live here. Gord's worked for so many years to make this community all-inclusive and a better place to live in. And while he will be tickled pink that so much love was pointed in his direction, it is my personal view that our community is truly special in our caring for our family, our fellow man. You are all part of our families now. Gord, right now, is doing well. He's a lot better. He's still in ICU and will be for a while. They still have to stabilize him, make sure everything's working properly before they take him down to Victoria for an angiogram. He's grouchy as hell. His first words to me after he had the breathing tube out of his throat, and I told him what a hell of a way to lose weight and quit smoking, was to growl at me and then mumble very unintelligibly. The next day, which was yesterday, he was grouchy, didn't like where he was, he's in pain, and he's just bitching. Today, I made him laugh. And to see a person do that after literally being on your deathbed, and 1 week later, you're looking peachy, but not peachy keen yet, is truly, truly deep in my heart. He still can't have visitors right now. They want them to rest. They don't want any stress on them. That's probably been my hardest thing, is to turn people away. But it's in his best interests. That's about all I can really say for now, other than I'm sure when this all comes into him and he takes it all in and reads everything and looks at the websites and looks at the TV and everything, he'll be just tickled pink. And just one other thing. Go home tonight, hold your loved ones close. Life is too short for all the little crap we seem let fester in our heads and minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. And make sure you pass along everyone's very best wishes to Gord. And don't let him read. Take away all of his electronic devices, will you?
See, the problem is he's got a TV tonight, and I sure hope it isn't on Channel 4.
Thank you. I'm sorry I went a wee bit out of order here. Item number 4 is adoption of the minutes of December 11th and January 19th. Two of them together. Second. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I wanted to do something a little bit, going into item number 6, Mayor's report, I wanted to do something a little bit different here tonight, and just a wee bit of self-disclosure, and this last week has prompted me to think more carefully about who we are, where we've been, and how we treat each other. So I was hoping I could just give this just short, and please bear with me. Just over 3 years ago, I received some very sage advice from Councillor Bestwick when he told me, quote, "Have conversations with people. You'll be amazed what you learn," unquote. I took that advice to heart and have done my best to make that a principle of how I interact with others and to do my best to be respectful of others. During my time on council, I've fallen off the wagon, so to speak, more than once. I've said things that could be construed as insulting, disrespectful, and on some occasions downright hurtful. For those in the room that have been the recipients of my comments, you know who you are. I want to take the time to apologize publicly to you. As we move through tonight's agenda, we can easily see at least a couple of items that will either spark or continue heated debate. I don't have to elaborate on what those items are, but wish to simply put out there to all present tonight, please choose your words carefully. Understand that we're all here to conduct the business of our city, and we all have one goal in mind, specifically to build a better community. In that process, we will build infrastructure. We'll build roads and sewers and buildings, and we'll embark on building good neighborhoods and a desirable place to invest, live, work, and play. We will work to strengthen and build new relationships with each other and the community, but we must do so as neighbors, colleagues, but most importantly, friends. Friends don't disrespect each other. Friends don't attack each other. Friends work together in a spirit of collaboration, trying to solve sometimes very technical and controversial problems. I stand before you tonight respectfully requesting that we conduct our business tonight as neighbors, colleagues, and most importantly, as friends, trying to build a better community. Thank you.
Sure.
Item number. Item number 7. It's my understanding at this point we want to bring in item number 9A for consideration. If you can turn to item 9A, the recommendations.
9D, Your Worship.
Pardon me?
9D.
9D, pardon me. The recommendation is that Council receive for information the report pertaining to the hospital area transportation and utility replacement tender. So moved? Seconded? Any discussion on this item? Councillor Kett.
Thank you. Just on this one, I had a couple of issues. Typically, when we go into a neighborhood, I just want to ensure that staff works with the neighbors on the sidewalk issues, the curb issues, and the what's there kind of stuff. A lot of times, I want to say to our public, in our property, we want to own the road. We want to have our basketball hoops or whatever is out there. So, and our staff is coming in to do the basic road constructions and things. So, if there's improvements there, please work with the people best we can, communicate. We always know it's a tough one when we're coming into the neighborhood, but we are coming into the neighborhood, and I just want people to know that they can contact the staff, I believe. What's your number? Home number? No, just kidding. If we can, in fact, make sure that the things that are there get replaced. And it's always a tough one because some of the infrastructure is put in by people, and it doesn't meet the standard that we're redoing. So I just wanted to make sure people realize that on these type of utility upgrades.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item, number 8A, corporate services. Meeting dates and agenda circulation times. The purpose is to provide options to implement changes to council and committee of the whole meeting dates and agenda circulation times, and to further council's previous direction through introduction of a draft council procedure bylaw amendment for consideration. We have 4 delegations listed, first one being Ms. Janet Irvine. Please come down, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Janet Irvine, 1st Street, Nanaimo. First of all, I just wanted to mention that my time is now being reduced to 5 minutes, so I'll have to speak more quickly. I am speaking to your agenda item regarding meeting dates and agenda circulation times, and I note that a report to Council from the Manager of Legislative Services is requesting your direction this evening with respect to giving first, second, and third readings to Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw 2015, number 7060.03, and to then refer the bylaw to public notification. I understand that staff is also asking that Council provide direction to staff regarding changes to the location and time of Committee of the Whole meetings. And on the matter of the COW meetings, the staff report has included the City Manager's recommendation to you. From my understanding of what has transpired since Councillor Kipp made the motion at the January the 12th Committee of the Whole meeting, at which all members were in attendance except Councillor Brennan, it would appear to me that Councillor Kipp and staff have now completed all the legwork required to implement the changes that were proposed in Kipp's presentation to Council on January the 12th, and that staff are now requesting your endorsement of same. On January the 12th, Councillor Kipp made a motion to amend the key date calendar, and it was seconded by Councillor Yoakum. On January the 12th, after Kipp's detailed presentation, which outlined his many proposed changes, including changing the days of council meetings from Mondays to Thursdays, it appeared that all council members in attendance were in favour of the many changes that he had proposed, and some of you referred to the other time commitments that you have. I can understand and appreciate how those of you who also juggle other employment and or business interests as well as other extracurricular activities could have quite the challenge managing your time. As an engaged citizen, I've been aware that the previous council had deemed that the length of time between the distribution of the agenda and the day of the meeting had been deemed to be insufficient. However, if that were actually the only reason for these amendments, why can't the agenda for council meetings simply be published and distributed earlier? And speaking to time commitment that a council position requires, it was brought to the attention of council candidates by the city's chief election officer that the time commitment for council members is significant. Although Councillor Kipp did disclose on January the 12th that he had not talked about Shaw TV scheduling, it appeared that council was not concerned. Feedback from council was that they really liked the changes, proposed by KIP, and it received support from the 8 members of council in attendance. In view of what was said by Councillor Kipp and staff at that meeting, I emailed Mayor and Council on January the 16th with my inquiry about the regular open council meetings that begin at 7 p.m., as I wondered if these meetings would continue to be televised by Shaw, if they were to be held on Thursday evenings instead of Monday evenings, as I did foresee a potential scheduling conflict with Shaw. On January the 18th, Mayor McKay emailed his response to me, which said, quote, "The determination of whether the current programming can be altered to accommodate the televising of our council meetings live can only be made by Shaw. As part of any report back to council, staff will be looking into how live televising will happen, if in fact it can. One challenge I am aware of is the fact that it does not appear the city system can handle the demand of live streaming on the internet. I do not believe we currently have the bandwidth to accommodate, as was evident in a meeting a few months ago that had been preempted by WHL Hockey. We should have answers soon," end quote. As I recall, when this publicly owned auditorium was constructed, the city partnered with Shaw and gave naming rights to Shaw, and the proceedings of regular open council meetings have been televised and also live streamed through the city's website. With regard to the naming rights, I'm wondering about the contractual rights of the citizens of Nanaimo. I also wanted to mention that at the January the 12th meeting where Councillor Kipp made his lengthy presentation, the city manager did caution council that if they did approve it at that meeting, that he had no idea about the implications of Councillor Kipp's proposal, and that if council did approve it, then staff would go ahead and that it was a done deal. I know that Mayor McKay did ask for clarification, and I believe he understood that a council report would be coming back from staff. In view of what has taken place, I am very disappointed to say that it appears clear to me that the possibility of citizens having less opportunity to view council's regular open meetings has not been of concern to council. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. No questions for the delegate. The next delegate is Mr. Ron Boland. Please come down, Mr. Boland.
I think I'll only take 5. Ron Boland, 3165 King Richard Drive. Mayor McKay and councilors. There was a time when it was impossible for a municipal population to be imminently and intimately connected to municipal decision-making. That day, given TV, video, Wi-Fi, and internet developments, has now been over for some time, and the public has a shot at an enhanced democracy. Not so long ago, in an enlightened moment, the council of the day moved to avail itself and the public of the benefits of modern technology. It moved the Committee of the Whole, COW meetings, to the VICC, which is owned by the city, and provides space and facilities for adequate public participation in the government of our municipality. It further undertook to ensure that all could potentially participate by either immediate or imminent video capture or transmission, thus providing a complete and open public record of public proceedings rather than severely edited minutes. The essence of democracy is that the business of the public take place in public. Now, in a difficult to comprehend turn of events, while discussing whether the issuance of council meeting agendas should provide at least a minimum of time for consideration and question before a meeting takes place, there appears to be a movement to put the veil which practically, if not absolutely, separated the public from staff reports and council decisions at COW meetings by removing the full public record provided by video and by dismissing most of the public from these meetings by retreating to a small boardroom at times which make it impossible for most people to attend. While it is easy to imagine that unwitnessed meetings can be more comfortable for those involved, it is as dangerous to the public weal as taking the easy way in serious matters is to personal development. I do not recall any now on council who campaigned on making the jobs for which they ran easier by effectively bypassing the public. Rather than trying to hide from public observation, council should be moving to make all its meetings open to both immediate and imminent public participation by video capture and distribution. Special council meetings, committee meetings, even in-camera meetings, though subject to the same withholding conditions of current in-camera documents. Councilors, you ran, now don't hide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Boland. Now, as Mr. Boland was completed after his, within his time frame, you're absolutely correct, Ms. Ross, that when the number of speakers was reduced to 3, that it should have been back up to 10 minutes. So please feel free, I'll set the clock for 10 minutes.
Hopefully I won't take that long. I'm going to be changing up a little bit because of all of the shirts that you've got on. I want you to know, first of all, I'm June Ross. I live at number 5, 3400 Rock City Road. And I have an email that Gord sent at 7:46 a.m. January 25th. That was the date of his heart attack. So I'm here on his behalf, as well as the citizens of the city. He says at the start of his email, the whole intent of the motion that was made was to receive agendas earlier and allow more time for those on the RDN board whom sometimes have too large agendas to deal with over a period of a few days more time. And there's that, but I also want to add on to this piece, you need the agendas earlier because you have to have more time to be able to study, look at, debate, and consider the contents. So I'm not opposed to your motion at all, and nor was Gord. With respect to changing committee of the whole meetings, this would have a direct impact not only on councillors who have other employment, but also on the public's availability to attend. With respect to no longer taping these meetings, this flies in the face of one of the prime tenets of Nanaimo's strategic plan. On page 5, it says, Council and staff taking responsibility to be an excellent municipal government for Nanaimo. We intend to be known and earn respect for positive relationships, community engagement, and participatory democracy based on effective consultation and open communications. And if we allow a process, I believe, to go through that hasn't been thought through very, very carefully, you are going to be eliminating 2/3 of those things that I just said: participatory democracy, effective consultation, and open communications. Delegations that are presenting at the COW meetings would no longer have the ability for these presentations to be shared with the public. Moving committee of the whole meetings to the boardroom of the Services and Resource Centre would also limit numbers of people in the gallery. He then has some suggestions for when the meeting should in fact be, which I will get to towards the end of the other things that I wanted to say. I think I've already said I understand why the motion was made. 3 days to go through 100 to 300 pages of agenda is absolutely ridiculous. It's craziness. I wouldn't want to do it. But to now not have the meetings televised is a huge, huge problem. That takes away our opportunity to go forward towards the rest of the citizens in the city, that I know there are lots of them that watch this on TV. Second, I have no way of knowing what Mr. Swaby is thinking, other than for a comment he made at one of the council meetings sometime back, where he said words to the effect that democracy does not mean city inclusion and consultation. That comment astounded me at the time, but given his comments at the end of the recommendations to this motion, I now understand why he said what he said. I feel that staff is looking to try to preclude the public from having their right to have public input to your processes. I respectfully request in closing, and a good portion of this comes from Gord, other than for this first part. I'll tell you when the rest comes from him. You either table a motion that was made in January 12th to fully consider what you are doing and agreeing to, or reconsider that motion, and that you make and pass a motion as follows. Keep council, this is Gord's now suggestions, keep council meetings on Mondays with the agendas coming out the Monday prior. They are to be held at the Shaw Auditorium and televised, including online streaming from the city website. Move committee of the whole meetings to Thursdays with the agendas coming out on the Friday prior, also to be held at the Shaw Auditorium and videoed for online streaming on the city website. Move public hearings to a Monday. I am requesting some kind of a response so that I know and Gord can be told what your decisions are if he's not watching it on the TV that I understand he now has. So that's my thoughts and Gord's thoughts. Questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you very much.
Do you want a copy of the motion?
No,
No, I think we're fine. Thank you.
I heard it.
Yeah, you heard, but will you remember?
You know me.
So we've got a request from staff for direction, and I'm just wondering whether or not we should do number 2 first, that council provide direction to staff regarding the changes to the location and the time of committee of the whole meetings. And please refer to the city manager's recommendation at the end of the report.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion if you allow me. Or, I mean, I'd like to speak to what's on the floor or address that,
Certainly.
if I could. Thank you, Your Worship. Never my intent to change the time of the meetings nor the place or where we meet or that we're recorded. Give me a break. I've been one of the people that have pushed for television and this type of stuff for a long time. People with Shaw Cable get our television. People with TELUS TV do not. Some people with satellite television do not get our broadcast. They do not get Channel 4. From my perspective, Shaw is hugely important. But it's not a live phone-in show that we have on Monday nights currently. This is not live. No one can phone in. They can sit at home and watch it. And then later they can watch it over and over again. So my intent purpose was to divide up our work week. We have a phenomenal amount of work. When I hear hundreds of pages, on Thursday currently, we can get our agenda for City Council and our agenda for RDN. And then we have all weekend and no staff to really contact because we want to give them the weekend off. They're highly paid. Could cost us whatever if they're working on the weekends. So my view was to move it to Thursday. And quite honestly, I think Shaw Cable can be convinced. We're a customer or a user. A couple of the shows that are on, I think Tally Campbell and them can be moved. The Tuesday morning interview could be done Friday. We want to get this so that we have a workable council. The city and RDN is a lot of work on Mondays and Tuesdays. Some of the councillors weren't there last week after the Monday, but it's a busy day. As far as comfort in front of the TV, never bothered me. I don't think we want it. And it was not my intent to move it to a quiet room, to move it to no recording. Never in my wildest dreams was that part of it. I want early information. I want early access for the community. Currently, how does the community, at the process it is, you don't get your way, you don't know, we have to get these late agendas. I have to transfer all my stuff from this agenda, all my notes, onto a new agenda instead of just an addendum. All of these people, all of this has to be changed. And it puts too much work on staff and the public. So early information, early access, open to the public and recorded is what I want. COW meetings at 4:30, council at 7 o'clock on Thursdays, with the agendas delivered on the Friday. And that was my intent. And I said again, it's not a phone-in meeting on Monday. People can watch it. They can come here, and I like that. I have this term I call slacktivists now. We sit behind our computer, we're involved in everything. I like people sitting here on Monday night or Thursday night or whatever. So it'll be there. It'll be recorded. If we change to this going into the old room over there where we wouldn't put in recording device, or the new room over there, this is where we want to meet. This is our chamber. I wished it was a bit less formal. If there was a square table in there for our committee of the whole and we could sit and work. But from my perspective, that presentation's here again. I don't know if people have seen it. It didn't go in the minutes. It didn't go in the whole presentation. But we have to improve our computer bandwidth. We have to make sure people get the stuff on the web. And it wasn't my intent to change it to a quiet, hidden meeting. And I will respect the staff's view on how we are affected by TV cameras. And it wasn't, I don't believe it was staff's intent to try and limit our input or other people's input, but to try and accommodate. So I would make a motion to move, as I had before, that council meetings get moved to Thursday nights first, and my motion would have read, the staff prepare, or the motion that council meetings move to first and third Thursdays of each month, and the committee whole meetings move to the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month. Council at 7:30, committee of the whole at 4:30, and the public hearings of council change to the first available Monday of each month, with the agendas coming out, as they said, on the Friday before for the meetings, and a week before or 6 days before for the public hearing. That's a motion.
Second? Okay, so we do have speakers with respect to the original item, which was that we provide direction. We have a motion on the floor, so speakers, the next speaker up is Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, thank you. Jeez.
I'm totally opposed the move to a small boardroom. I totally oppose not filming. I totally reject those ideas. Democracy is not about the workload for council. It's about doing what's so necessary to properly deal with the people's. It's what the public's needs are, not what's convenient for the 9 of us. The very fact that staff would be recommending this is a major red flag for me. When I heard Councillor Kipp's motion, when I seconded it, was simply a simple fact to get the materials to us sooner. Not once in Councillor Kipp's presentation did I hear about moving to some little room and not filming, etc. We have to uphold transparency. We have to uphold accessibility. It is our duty and it is paramount we do that. In regards to the motion, I totally respect for Councillor Kipp's going with the motion. But I need to be more comfortable that those items I discussed previously about filming and accessibility would be answered for the peoples, so we can film, whether it's Shaw or whomever. So I wish those conversations were had by staff and not totally just moving it to boardrooms. So I totally oppose the staff recommendations. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've seconded the motion. I support it. I support moving from Mondays to Thursdays for several reasons, some of which have already been identified. Another one that hasn't been identified is that we'll probably add about 9 to 10 meetings per year by going from Mondays to Thursdays. It will allow us on the statutory holiday days, it should help us move business quicker. It should reduce the size of some of our agendas, which are, quite frankly, very onerous from time to time, tonight being one of them. So it will allow us to have more meeting times, more committee of the wholes, more FP cows by going from Mondays to Thursdays. So there is a benefit to that. The other benefit, of course, is that we don't do back-to-backs Mondays and Tuesdays. It will give us a couple of days between Tuesday RDN and Thursday. One of the things that we probably dismiss here is the significance of what we do at the regional district. And Mayor McKay has made that very clear to this new council, that our role at the regional district table has to be taken far more serious, if you will, with being more inclusive as a council when we go there representing the city's interests. And I think that this will give us an opportunity to do that. In conversations with the people at this table, I think would probably support that thought. I have no interest in going into, the only reason why we talked about going back into FB cows at the SARC building was for the formality that those meetings have turned into. The FB cow meetings have turned into an extremely formal meeting with this new environment that we have, and the business that we were advancing there wasn't what the FP cows have been intended to be. Sit around a table and roll up our sleeves, and yes, it's formal, but we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work on those meetings, looking at each other and getting information exchanges happening, and it's a little bit more casual, and never not to include the public, ever, ever, ever. So as Councillor Kipp said, if we put a rectangular table right out here and staff sit around us in these chairs and we get to work down there and it's on camera like it is every second Monday and you can stream it live, cool, let's do it here. That's fine. But let's sit around that boardroom table and do it right there. And I think that if we do that, that will help us as a council get through some very important items. So the three motions that you've made, there's three, correct? And I think staff have made a suggestion, if you would accept a friendly, deliver the agendas by 1 p.m. on Friday versus 10 a.m. That's one of your recommendations in the text of the staff report?
That's right. So the two items, one is that one exactly, and the other, sorry, did you want to continue or?
Go ahead.
Sorry, the other one is, I'm going to steal your thunder. The other one is, rather than Tuesdays when the agenda would, the late agenda with the new delegations, the original proposal by Councillor Kipp is that we could bring that out on Wednesday. What I'm suggesting is we can just do that same service delivery like you have now. So bring it out on Tuesday at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. So that was me. That was your lips moving my. Okay. So if you'll accept that as a friendly, and I think that that's pretty much all that I have for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I think we're learning tonight, and in this friendly discourse, mostly you listening, of course, that there has been a lot of misconception around this move on the part of council. And just as one council person, I would like to assure the public that it was never our intention to hide anything, do things secretly. There seems to be that perception out there that is not the case. And I don't think there's anybody on this council that would agree to doing that or working in that way. So I really wanted to, at least personally, say that. I've also heard some mention about our staff, and I would like to clarify that, because whenever council makes a motion, like Mr. Kipp, Councillor Kipp made at the last meeting, there was direction to staff to go away and come back with some recommendations. They always come back with recommendations. Those are not written in stone. They are simply what they think is the best answer to our query. We do not have to accept it, and they know that. They have worked hard to come up with what they think is the best solution. And I think, again, everybody on council appreciates that. It is not their intent to run the show. It is their intent to give us information that they think we need. But we're all intelligent people, and we can certainly make up our own minds. One of the things that one of the delegates, June Ross, mentioned was leaving it on Monday and just having the agendas come out on Tuesday, and that is something that had occurred to me, that might be a good idea. It would be the least disruptive. It would leave things more the way they were and wouldn't create a problem with the television. I'm still not sure whether or not television is going to be an issue here, but right now it looks like it is an issue if we change it to Thursday, because Shaw has said no, they already have something planned. Now, that's not to say anything's written in stone, and that could change, and we might be able to do that. But we might not. And I think everybody needs to understand that we might not. We don't have control over Shaw. We can ask, and hopefully they will see the dilemma and help us out. But that isn't our decision, that's their decision. So just in terms of the televising, I just wanted some clarity around that. More meetings are good, I think. So the Thursday option does provide that. One of the things I noticed when I was starting out this year, looking at our agenda, that there were a lot of cancelled meetings because of stat holidays on Mondays. So Councillor Bestwick is absolutely correct. It would give us more time to do the business of City Hall, for sure. And again, just to put my 2 cents in on the Council of the Whole meetings, or Committee of the Whole meetings, I have heard a lot around the fact that these meetings have morphed into something they were never intended to be. And it's as if we now have 2 council meetings instead of 1. And so that is something that we have had to look at, and I just wanted to mention that in passing as something that we have been discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, to me, there's 2 really separate but related issues here, and I'll deal with my thoughts on Committee of the Whole first. Committee of the Whole, I think there is a common misconception that, as Councillor Pratt said, it is just another council meeting. It is not. It's a committee meeting. It's a business working meeting, and I think it has devolved from that. In my opinion, Committee of the Whole meetings need to be slightly less formal than this. To me, it doesn't matter where they're held, whatever venue works best. It doesn't matter to me whether they're televised or not. As far as I'm concerned, that's of no consequence. But I think we need to make sure that we're clear that they are not council meetings. And that brings me to the second issue, which is changing the dates. And I really appreciate the work that Councillor Kipp put into his motion and the thought he gave to it. I certainly agree that it would be great to have more time to look at our agendas and study them and ask questions about them. But what I've found in talking to people that is a major concern, and I'm surprised that others haven't spoken more about this, is the fact that under this proposal, our actual council meetings would not be televised by Shaw Cable. Yes, some people can get them by streaming online or what have you, but I'm convinced from the people that I've spoken to that most of our viewers are people that do watch on Shaw Cable. And if that is not available, I think we've really lost something valuable. So while personally I would like to have more time to study my agenda, I think there's a possibility of accomplishing that by simply having the agendas produced earlier and keep our council meetings, the real council meetings, as they are on Monday. To me, the television, the Shaw Cable broadcast is a bit of a deal breaker for this. Otherwise, I like the motion, but I can't accept it because of that component. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank Councillor Kipp for the effort and the thought that he put into his proposal. But like Councillor Thorpe, I can't support it. I don't support moving the meetings to Thursday. I think that Monday is the day that Shaw can do this for us. They can broadcast it, and I agree with Councillor Thorpe that people have come to rely on that, and I think that that they will be disappointed to see it go. I don't think that Shaw will be convinced to change it on the basis of our request. I understand that they have the Voice of BC, a provincial political program on at that time, and it, I think, is well subscribed. So I think it would be naive of us to think that they would change it. I think it's a reasonable request to have more time before we, from when we receive our agendas to when we come and debate it. I think that can be accomplished by moving back the date when all things have to be in, rather than move the council date ahead. I've sat on the regional district for 2 terms. I recognize that there's a lot of work. I also recognize that we do get paid for that. That is part of our duties, and I think that we need to adjust to that and meet that and accommodate that task. I know that there's a sense that staff doesn't work on the weekends, but that's a misconception. In fact, they do. I contact staff over the weekends to ask questions. In fact, this weekend, I wanted some information about something that I didn't understand in one of the reports, and I got back an answer to my query. So I think that our work is accommodated by staff. I think that's what staff is supposed to do, is to help us accommodate our work. I see no reason why we can't push the date back for when the agendas come out a day or 2 and continue to proceed on Monday. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to address some concerns. Being a new councillor, I think this is the first full house of council with citizens being here on hot topics that are coming across, and I'm sure a lot more will come across the board.
Councillor Hong, can you refer to us? Thank you. You're debating us.
I just wanted to thank the people for coming out. That's all. With the information that we're getting with social media and jumping the gun, I support this motion. Shaw Cable isn't a priority for me because I remember my parents were watching Shaw Cable trying to get election results. That was next to impossible. They were so far behind what everybody else was throwing out on social media, on all the stuff that we're getting. You know, they can rebroadcast it. You know, Jim Taylor's blog is going to have the information a lot faster anyways, because he's usually up to it in a day or so. So it's going to be a big bump for his blog if we move this on to Thursdays. So he'll have one up on Shaw Cable. And I have to disagree with what Dan does. I don't think staff should be working on weekends. Like, why am I don't want to bother staff on weekends. I don't want staff to bother me on a weekend if that's my time off. You know, it's not reasonable for us to expect them to work, and I don't expect to get a good answer from them if they're working on weekends because they don't have the information in front of them. So I don't believe that staff should be working on weekends on our behalf. They should be working on their 9 to 5, 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. So, and that's why I try not to bother them. So it works for me. And having moved to Thursday, I can bug them on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before the meeting. So that's all I wanted to say. I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to Councillor Kip's motion, I think the key to the motion is to get the information to us sooner than we're receiving it today. So if we can work around that, one of the presenters came with a great suggestion. If we got it earlier, I think it was the First Lady. And secondly, I'm not comfortable. I'm hoping we could actually table this conversation for the simple fact is I don't feel comfortable voting on a matter not being reassured it's going to be televised, that it's going to be streamlined, and it has to be in this room for the people. I could not make a motion not knowing that those accessibility and transparencies aren't going to be put in place. So I wish we had some conversation with Shaw or whoever is going to do the filming. And the committee as a whole has to be in the evenings, and it has to be in this location. We've had committee of the whole meetings, as this table knows. Last Wednesday and Friday, some things come up, or it's a training orientation, and it's turning a full-blown financial $1 million decisions made without any notice or any preluding to that. And I'm really upset. You guys, some of my emails I've sent about those whole committee, those CAL meetings that have turned into basically budget meetings. So I wanted to bring that up. How we cannot be doing that. We have to be better. Thank you.
Mr. Swaby?
So, Your Worship, I would like Mr. Jackson to address Councillor Yocum's questions about the streaming and about Shaw, as he wrote the report, and there's some information in the report about their ability to do that.
So in my discussion with Shaw, as Councillor Brennan mentioned, Voice of BC it's a corporate obligation that they have. And whether they're able to change it, I don't think they can at the local level, but right, there's a conversation that have to be entertained. The other one is, well, I asked whether they could delay until 8 o'clock. So for example, we start at 7, but it doesn't start to air until 8, and they don't have the technology to do that. They have to package it together and then re-air it over the weekend. But in terms of the City of Nanaimo's website, currently we do stream. It's streaming right now, for example, and it is posted there so people can go at any time afterwards. Some of the challenges is that it can, choppy at times. But that's not insurmountable. That's just a resource question and looking at bandwidth, and I don't know the solutions around that, but there are solutions there. But it would be available on the site. But in terms of live broadcast, council meetings are broadcast live, but not committee of the whole meetings. They are recorded, and both are recorded and go forward. Did that?
Yes, Your Worship. So the bandwidth issue is certainly solvable. It's just money, typically, to increase bandwidth. How much it is, I'm not sure. Mr. Farrell may know. But Shaw can't televise currently on Thursdays. And that doesn't mean they wouldn't be able to in the future, but currently they can't commit to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Well, thank you. I'd like to address a few of the questions or concerns that my colleagues have. Councillor Yocum, as far as Shaw Cable would be, I mean, if you're sitting here tonight watching it live, but a lot of people won't watch it live, I believe they'll go tomorrow at their convenience because it replays and replays on Shaw a number of times. And I understand that people want to watch us live, and I'm sure they flip between The Simpsons and us and go back and forth just to see what's real. But there is access to it. We're not depleting the access is my point of view. I never, ever intended to deplete my access point. With the Monday cow, so for an example, if we had a January, if I go back into January, even to February onto my notes, or January, I got an easier read on it here. If we had our cow meetings on the Monday, then in fact we would get an agenda for the cow meeting, and then we would have the overlap of the council meeting that couple of days later, and we'd have been to the RDN on the Tuesday, the day we get our agenda. We get it on Tuesday, so it's another agenda to put aside underneath our billions of pages. Then we get our other agenda on Friday, and we still got that agenda live for the Monday CA meeting, and then we'd have a council meeting a week later or something. So the scheduling I don't have clear in my mind. No one put it on the PowerPoint for me. I'm disappointed when they had to change. So I think it's this, my system was analyzed to give agenda flow to meeting, have the ability for the community from Friday at noon till Tuesday at noon to review it and ask to be a delegation, or the corporations could work Monday to find out. Right now, if a corporation reads the agenda on Friday, a business that has millions of dollars of business tied in here, they're scrambling Saturday and Sunday, working their people overtime, chasing our staff down on overtime days. And then Monday, they've got to rush around Monday morning. But council, well, we might be in an agenda briefing on Monday, so they can't get a hold of us. And then we're off and we're reading over changes. And then we're starting at 8 in the morning and we're right through till 11 o'clock at night if I keep talking. So on that one, the Monday thing, and my left brain thinking was to analyze this and line it up so it falls in order. So I appreciate that other questions. Now another one. It's not my misconception that staff should work weekends. It's just not. I don't think it's a misconception. It never was of mine that they do work weekends now, and my thing is to give them the weekends. And where we do business during a work week, I don't like Monday, and I've been on a few terms of RDN too, and quite honestly, I say at times, and I'll say this openly, I've neglected my RDN sometimes over the weekend because the city's so important to me. And then Tuesday morning, oh my God, I've ripped through it once or twice. So my view on this, the Thursday, is record it and play it as soon as Shaw can play it for us on those Thursdays. Maybe it would make more people come here live. I just think it's, like I say, to start to flip it around and that, show me the schedule you think if it's changed. If you want to refer it back, I understand that, but I don't. I think it's time to make some changes and giving the public more early information, more access to get on, open to the public and recorded on those dates. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really an interesting conversation to have, of course, and I find it really interesting because throughout the years that I've sat here and had many of the people that were speakers at the podium tonight, one of the concerns and issues expressed over the years has been the time in which the information is available to the community, and the criticisms that we've received from time to time is that even we don't get enough time to digest the information, to have good fundamental academic debate on Monday nights. And so by virtue of listening to the members of the community about agendas being available earlier, we listened. And Councillor Kipp's motion speaks to that, to get the information out earlier and sooner and quicker for access by the entire community sooner. That's number one. Number two is the fact that this meeting is being streamed right now so people can watch it, and this meeting right now is on Shaw. It will not be on Shaw on Thursdays. It will not be live on Shaw on Thursdays, but it'll be streamed. And if we can increase our bandwidth and all those things that we need to do in order so that it's not grainy or you can get in or whatever, then it's still available. And the fact that we have more meetings, I said 9. I think we'll have more than 9 or 10 extra meetings by going to Thursdays. So we're actually adding to our workload. I'm happy with that because I hope that the agendas will be smoother, cleaner, simpler, and not as lengthy, where the frustration sets in, and when everybody goes to bed that's watching at 10:30, and they pick it back up on next Sunday morning or whatever to see what happened at the end. I hope that we're done a little bit earlier. I hope that we get to our business. We don't want to go at 1:30 on Thursday afternoons. Nobody does. I think we heard that around the table. I think it's quite clear that we would like to do the streaming on the Committee of the Whole meetings right here on Thursdays instead of Monday, just like we do. So for me, it makes sense as a sitting member of council to listen to the community, what you actually asked us to do, and hope in time that Shaw will acknowledge that it's a good idea to try and adjust the schedule if they can on Thursdays, if they can. I don't think the House sits down there every week of every year to do what they do. So I don't know how, if when they revisit their programming schedules, they've never had to revisit the programming schedule about the city saying, hey, we'd like to maybe think about going to Thursdays instead of Mondays. It's never been a thought. Well, now it's a thought, and we would like it to be considered. If it can't work, doesn't mean you can't see this live, and it doesn't mean you can't see this in delayed time.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think we all agree that it would be great to get the agendas earlier, but what I think I've heard is that there's still an option for having that happen. And I'm afraid for me, it still comes back to the fact that if we make this change for all its good aspects, we are giving up that live Shaw Cable television broadcast. And I'm sorry, I know that there's lots of people that I shouldn't say that. I suspect there's lots of people that watch it through online streaming, but I also suspect that the majority of our demographic viewers are people who want to watch it on their television. And they don't want to watch it 2 days later. They don't want to watch a delayed broadcast. It's old news by then. They want to sit and watch a live council meeting. And I think we owe that to our citizens. If sometime in the future Shaw can change their programming and accommodate a different day for us, then we can certainly look at that. But to me, that is still a game breaker, as I said before. That's what I've heard from a lot of citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we can accommodate more time from the agenda being published and sitting down as a council. We can accommodate that. And we can accommodate broadcasting on Shaw without moving from Monday. All of those things can be accommodated and accomplished. And I can honestly say no one came to me and said, I don't have enough time to become prepared for this agenda as a citizen. People, that wasn't a topic that was coming up to me during the election. So, but I understand that. I appreciate that there may be some people who want that. But I think we need to do it in the least disruptive way. And maintaining Mondays, backing up the date for publication, and that preserves the TV broadcast, and then we just move on. We just carry on. That's a good plan.
Councillor Kipp.
Well, I wonder if anybody tells somebody, don't tell me what happened at council, I want to watch it. Like, you watch the hockey game or you watch the rerun and you don't want to know the score. I really think it's a moot point saying that the live broadcast right now, it would be live the first time they watched it because nothing would go outside the room except they read the papers, or YouTube's ahead of it, Facebook's ahead of it, all of that. So that one. The agenda rush for me, that Monday and RDN it's not a good sense of business from my perspective. It just doesn't work to me. I'm sorry, I like it the way it is because of that agenda overlap and Monday. And really, when we're just, the Shaw Cable is all we're stuck on right now. And that's not it's not like they can phone in and get a hold of us. It's not like what do we call them? The e-town hall. It's just they're capable of watching us at the time we're doing it. But the rest of the people that watch it's recorded. So if that's your only stumbling point, I wish you would have come up and given me an example of how that didn't work prior to this. Thank you.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd really don't think a matter of time. I know the importance of this conversation, of the agendas, etc., but I'd really be comfortable if we could table it and instruct staff to bring back reporting on increasing options for live viewing, including increasing bandwidth to ease the accessibility of the public and explore a full range of television options, not just Shaw. So I would be really comfortable in this conversation if we had staff instructed to bring back those options. And in the motion, also clarity on the location. I don't know, unless it is being clear on the location of the meetings and the time of the meetings from my previous rambling comments earlier. And fourthly, instruct staff again to further develop a system and track stats that measures the success of accessibility of public participation. We gotta remember, a lot of people may not be here for the simple fact of transportation concerns, issues, disabilities, etc. So I am for, obviously, accessibility and transparency. It's what I'm been pushing here, and as everyone at this table is. But I really would like staff to bring back some viewing options for my comfort level. And I'm not, if it's Shaw or elsewhere, but nevertheless, I would really like to put that forward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we now have a tabling motion for referral back to staff. So I guess what's that? Councillor Yocum has just requested that it be tabled. Yes. Yes. Okay. Discussion on the referral motion?
No debate.
Debate? Okay. Thank you. All those in favor?
Sorry, you can debate whether to refer, but not on the original motion.
I've said enough.
Okay.
I've done enough work on this one.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the referral motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hong, Bestwick.
Fails for a tie.
That's correct. It fails for a tie.
Motion still on the floor.
Okay, so.
Call the question.
Well, any further discussion? Can we have the motion read back to us, please, Mr. Jackson?
You're not referring to the referral motion, you're referring to the original?
The original, yes.
The original is actually, if I point you to page 53 of the agenda package at the top, it has Councillor Kipp's motion from the last time. The only two changes would be on item 4, instead of 10 a.m., that would be 1 p.m.
Mr. Jackson, could you read the whole motion, please?
Certainly. Okay, that's staff. The motion would be
Want me to read it?
direct. No, I can do it. Direct staff to change the date of council meetings to the first and third Thursday of each month. Change the day of committee of the whole meetings to the second and fourth Thursday of each month. Change the day of the public hearings to the first available Monday of each month. Deliver the agendas Friday at 1 p.m., 6 days prior to the meeting. An addendum or delegations to the meeting would be required by the Ledge Services Department by 12 p.m. on Tuesday preceding the meeting and be available by 4 p.m. the Tuesday preceding the meeting as an addendum.
And time and place of the meetings to remain the same. 7 for council, 4:30 for committee of the whole, and at the Shaw Auditorium. Motion.
Any other discussion on the motion? And it's been moved and seconded. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed?
Failed. Next.
So
next item.
Council, did we get a recording of those opposed to it?
If you could just raise your hands for those opposed again, please.
Councillor Thorpe.
Can I have one more quick conversation? No?
No.
Well, why don't we make an amendment? Okay. Okay, what's the motion?
You're making a motion. Okay. So, have you got that, Mr. Recording Secretary?
So all those opposed then is Councillor Brennan, Councillor Yocum, Mayor McKay, Councillor Pratt, and Councillor Thorpe. So the motion fails, Your Worship.
Okay. Now, do I hear a new motion coming to the floor? Councillor Yocum.
I'd like to support everything that was said without rereading it, but adding in the point of staff bringing back a report on options. I can't support somewhere I don't know the people aren't able to view this, people. I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm not comfortable supporting a motion without knowing it's going to be televised, etc. Like, we should have had this report in front of us, some options. That's where I am with this. I know it's...
We do have options. We have a recording, we have web access. We just don't have Shaw on Thursdays live. It'll be played right after that as they replay it Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like they usually do. So it is accessible. Saying it's not accessible is not true.
No one's probably had a conversation.
It's not a fact.
Councillor Pratt.
I'd like to bring a motion forward then that the meetings remain as they are, the meeting times remain as they are, but that staff be directed to provide agendas for those meetings, for Monday meetings, no later than noon on Tuesday.
Of the previous week.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on that question? Yes, Mr. Swaby.
Your Worship, with your...
What about addendums and when they come? So people will have to apply on Tuesday to be on the agenda that they don't know about, and then they'll have to come as a late delegation as once they've read the agenda. Is that what you're saying? Because that's the way it is now. We get the agenda, and then we get this revised thing later. So people have to know they want to be on the agenda before it's printed now. Is that what you want?
Am I allowed to speak to that?
Certainly.
It is my understanding that given 3 extra days will make everything easier. Just as it would have made it easier if we'd had them on Thursdays and the agenda came out on Friday for the following Thursday. I don't see that there's a conflict there.
Currently, there isn't an addendum as I outlined. There's no addendum. You apply for the agenda, say yours on Tuesday for the following Monday, but you have to know what's on the agenda to get your 10 minutes in, or you come as a late delegation and get 5. So you're saying anybody who reads the agenda on Wednesday or Thursday will apply on Monday by a certain time to be on the agenda.
Or they would read it on Tuesday and apply on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday.
But
for
we
the following
wouldn't get that
Monday.
piece of paper if I can. We wouldn't get that. So you're saying there is an addendum package? Because we don't get, if they apply on Tuesday at 5:30, we won't know till Monday that they've applied until we get the changed agenda.
Mr. Swaby.
Your Worship, if I could maybe make a suggestion that, knowing that the option might be to stay on Mondays and provide more time, that you refer it to staff, and we'll bring back options based on Councillor Kipp's model to have the meetings on Mondays so that they're televised, with options for the issues that Councillor Kipp was talking about, when the agenda cutoffs would be, to give you a week in advance and to have addendums and that sort of thing taken care of. But if you would refer that back to us with the idea that it be on a Monday with extra time, we'll bring back a report with options.
That could be included in the motion.
Certainly. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I wish not to belabor this, but when there's stats on Mondays, it will complicate and compound the issues for information being available to us that we're suggesting that will just happen. The same way it would if the meetings were changed to Thursdays, because it won't just happen when you have stats on the Mondays. So as far as, I think that there's a little bit more time required to investigate how this is all just going to be the same, because I'm not sure if it'll just be the same, given the stats.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Can you read the... Oh, are you on the speaker's list?
No, but I just wondered, is the motion, is it motion to refer the issue back to staff, or was it the substitute motion?
Sorry, am I on?
Yes, you are.
My motion was to leave the meetings on Monday.
Yeah.
And then to refer back to staff to say how we can get the agendas on Tuesday and how that would all follow through.
Great, thank you.
Does that make sense, Chris?
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers on the subject, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Kipp, Bestwick, and Hong opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, development permit DP 902 5930 Nelson Street. Purposes.
Move the council issue development permit DP 902, which renews development permit DP 798 at 5930 Nelson Street with the following variances. Water course reduction setback to 8 meters. Reduce required front yard setback 3.98. Reduce required flanking yard to 3.3 meters. Reduce required rear yard setback to 7.5. Reduce required on-site parking to 28 parking spaces, which is a reduction of 1. And increase the number of small car spaces to 38%. So moved.
I'm going to move her in a seconder. Any discussion? No, thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a question for staff. Under the required variances, page 3 of the report. Well, page 3 on my iPad of the report.
62.
62 on the paper one, I guess? Is that the same as the paper?
Page 62, yes.
Okay. The required variance under the watercourse setback, it says staff visited the site and confirmed that the input of a QUEEP is not required as the paved public trailway effectively defines the edge of the watercourse. So my question is the paved public trailway already there? Is that why it will define the edge? Thank you, because the concern was, of course, that we were allowing the developer to set where he wanted the aquatic setback to be, but this is already there.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Rezoning application RA 341 to 4295 Jinglepot Road. The purpose to present a rezoning application for property located at 4295 Jinglepot Road. The staff recommendation that council receive the information, the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2015-4500-075 and direct staff to secure the community contribution prior to adoption of the bylaw. Should council support the bylaw at third reading? Do I have a mover?
Move the receipt of the information and direct staff to get the contribution.
Okay, seconder?
Second.
Seconded by council. Thank you very much. And
We have to vote on that one.
I got that. Thank you. Seeing no speakers, all those in favor? Opposed?
I'll
Carried.
move the zoning amendment bylaw 2015 number 4500.075, that is RA 341, to rezone part of the property at 4295 Jinglepot Road from R1 to R4 to permit 2 duplex lots within a 4-lot subdivision past first reading.
Second? Any speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Move the zoning amendment bylaw 2015 number 4500.075 past second reading.
No speakers? All those in favor? Opposed?
Goes to public hearing now.
All right. Item number 9, under Community Services, Colliery Dams update. Mr. Toby Seward, Director of Social and Protective Services, to introduce the report and provide a presentation. Mr. Seward.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just be one moment. Okay. Your Worship, before you and your council agenda is a package, a report outlining the latest update on the Colliery Dam report. I'm going to do a short presentation or short PowerPoint outlining the particulars of that report. The primary issues in this report are to report out on what council asked us in the previous meeting, November 3rd, There's 3 studies that were requested by council, and I'll just give you a brief update on that. So these are the subjects I'm just going to run through very quickly on the Collier Dam review, as you can see on the screen, and each one of these are described on a separate slide. Is remediation required? And this is a question that comes up a tremendous amount on the Collier Dam issue. These are the issues that staff and council have dealt with over the last 18 months. The safety and property damage to downstream residents is a concern. It's certainly the first reason remediation is required. The liability of the city of not dealing with a problem that's been identified as a safety issue. Environmental impact in the fishery. The asset management issue that council is well aware of is we have an asset here that is 105 years old, and over time it's going to deteriorate to the point it needs additional work. And lastly, provincial regulation. It's the provincial regulator, the dam safety section, has said from the reports that we've sent to dam safety through engineering studies that the city has undertaken that there is a large deficiency here from a spillway capacity problem that has to be resolved. So in the last council meeting on November 3rd is council directed staff to go back to Golder and review these 3 issues. And I have a couple of pictures of to describe this, but in simple terms is, well, I'll go forward to this one. Water distribution. If we have a peak rainfall condition and the water rises to a point where it's just before overtopping, there is a question where else water should go and be distributed and therefore flow away from or decrease the capacity problem to a point where the water would be escaping in other directions. So what Golder did is run computer models of this and found approximately 4 cubic meters, and I'll come back to that number in a minute, would flow over the right abutment prior to the dam overtopping. The 4 cubic meters is a very small amount, and when you get down to the 3rd slide, thank you. When you get down to the 3rd slide, I'll explain where the water actually goes in the different circumstances. So the first thing is the water distribution that the Golder's review outlined. This is the amount of water that flow over. There's certainly some belief in the community that it's a much larger amount, but their studies have confirmed this is the amount. The second thing is the spillway capacity, and in previous meetings this has been raised a lot, is the question was to look at the spillway capacity again and determine what the actual capacity is. The initial range was developed at 25 to 55 cubic meters per second, and to give you a sense of what that is, a concrete truck or a dump truck takes about 10 cubic meters, so it's give you an idea of that size. So the review that Golder just completed, and they talked about this number previously of 55 cubic meters per second, was the capacity of the spillway. So they've confirmed that again. But they also stated in their report that failure of the spillway starts at 35 cubic meters per second. What that means is that some of the water is going to go over the size of the spillway, but still go down the spillway channel. And lastly, peak storm event is that how this is all calculated is the total amount of water in a peak storm event is 143 cubic meters per second, as noted there. So you minus the 4 cubic meters per second for water distribution, you minus the 55 for the spillway, there still remains 84 cubic meters per second that needs to be dealt with, or it will go over the top of the dam. And the option that we're bringing up in a moment would deal with that 84 cubic meters per second. So I showed you the picture of that, of the existing lower dam in the reservoir, and as I say, if it raised to the point, the water from a peak maximum flood would overtop that dam. The vast majority would go over, opposed to be distributed in other directions. You've seen this slide before. This is the spillway in normal winter conditions. This was a number of years ago when there was snowfall there. And this is how it runs, and it's nowhere near its peak capacity at this time. I don't have a cubic meters per second. We don't do a calculation on what that would be in each of these conditions. The last one is, this is a slide from December 8th through 10th. As everybody is well aware, we had heavy rainfalls in that period. It was about 12 hours a day that we had rainfall. There was a number of times during those days that it was quite clear and not raining at all. But myself and a number of other people who've reviewed this, staff who've been here for a number of years, have never seen the water come this high. And the thing to point out here is the right abutment where the 4 cubic meters per second would go is on the top of the picture. It would go down the side of the spillway and possibly into the forest there in that circumstance. But we hadn't seen it actually come at the bottom of the picture onto the flat play area or picnic area there. So it was one of the highest certainty staff have seen. And this was not a very high rainfall event. So the message here is that the spillway capacity is still not being reached in this circumstance, and the spillway could certainly take more water, but it's nowhere near the 55 cubic meters per second that is its capacity. So what the alternate drainage course proposal was, and Council has seen this with 2 different routes proposed. This is where Golder is determined that it's the most feasible to construct an alternate drainage course, or they call it an auxiliary spillway, is in the location as noted, which is the shortest distance to the Harewood Creek, and majority of councillors have walked the site and seen this, that what would happen is a drainage course would be constructed there, and I'll show you the dimensions in a moment. So before you is the spillway concept from Golder, which is looking at from bird's eye view or straight down on it, which is at the left-hand top corner would be the reservoir. The water would drain through a labyrinth dam there. It would drop down into the drainage course behind, which is shown as lined with riprap or a rock base, and it would that spillway would be approximately 80 meters long. It is drawn as 10 meters wide with 10 meters side slopes on each side for a total of approximately 30 meters. The whole goal, and if this spillway was pursued, would be to try and minimize the size of it, both in the width and particularly the sidewalls, to get to a point where there's as minimal evasiveness as possible. So the options for council, and council's seen all these before, they're number 5 is as noted on the screen, and the projected costs. So we've brought before council the concept of an RFQ, sole source to a company who came forward who proposed to do this work. We certainly talked to them recently, and there would be a number of steps taken if we were to pursue that, or if council directed us to pursue that. Number 3 and number 4 is what the technical committee, who worked from last September to July of 2014 to look at various solutions, the labyrinth spillway and the overtopping. There's been a lot of concern raised about both those options from many people in the community, and after a further review on site with the engineer and some of the Colliery Dam Park Preservation Society representatives, there was a question of could we review the drainage course swale again, which is number 5, which I just outlined. So that's the third part of the report that we asked Golder to produce. 1 was the water distribution, 2 was the spillway, and 3 is this drainage course. You have the estimated cost down the right-hand side. The reason why number 5 is a wide range, it's only in concept. They've only done very minimal design work, and therefore can't estimate to a closer amount at this time. So in summary, is remediation required? Yes, there's many issues that have been raised why, certainly from a technical perspective, remediation is required. Is the auxiliary spillway a reasonable option? By all means, it's approximately 2/3 the cost of the other options. It has some cost-saving measures that we think could be achieved that possibly could take that cost down even lower. And it could be, it really allows for the existing dam and spillway to be preserved. Scheduled complete work is the city has made a commitment over the last 2 years that this work would be done by 2015, commitment to the community, commitment to dam safety section. And if we were to proceed with construction, for instance, of the auxiliary spillway, the now in the next month or so, we could complete the construction during the summer with a very tight time frame. If we're delayed a number of months, we don't believe we could complete the construction. There's just not enough time to design it, tender it, and construct it. And funding sources, all of council knows this is very challenging to find funds to do this, but certainly staff would bring forward a report in that regard. So the last slide is next steps is council either proceed as recommended in the council report with the auxiliary spillway or to identify another option that for your consideration. So that's my PowerPoint. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have questions for Mr. Swaby?
Not at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kipp. Councillor Kipp.
Yes, thank you. To Mr. Seward, when we started this way back when there was a seismic risk, we proceeded in the first part, the staff part, prior to October 2012 was the delivery of, I think it was then. So we based our seismic on scientific assumption with our first report when we spent $1 million. And then with the public involved, we went and did scientific evidence. So we went and drilled holes and checked for steel and that. So the first part of our seismic risk, that a lot of the assumptions of the dam safety branch and all the flooding and all the exercises we did with dam safety was based on a scientific assumption of a seismic risk and catastrophic failure. When we did scientific evidence, the 1.2 million with the Colliery Dam Preservation Society, we came up with evidence that the dams were not in bad condition. Currently, the flood and overtopping, is it a scientific assumption or is there scientific evidence? How have you ground-proofed? How is Golder ground-proofed? Because I still think we have the assumption of a 2/3 of a 20,000-year flood, which is engineering, in my view, of crystal balling. We don't have scientific evidence on that flood, do we?
Certainly, first of all, is the spillway capacity problem was identified before the seismic was identified approximately 10 plus years ago.
Actually, 92. It was.
Yes, so both issues were always under consideration. You're quite right, we've done much more study on seismic. The issue is that in the first study that was undertaken, there was not a study done on the technical components of the dam. The studies were done on removal of the dams and how that could be accommodated. When the removal concept was taken off the table, then the engineers at that time reviewed the information they had to determine what the capabilities are. But structural analysis of any structure, be it a building or a dam, certainly the only way you can get more definitive information is drill it, and that was certainly a success that has happened in this work with Golder. So yes, there is much more detail in the seismic, but the point is they're not, they're going to fail still in a seismic event, but they won't fail in a catastrophic method or event. But they will crack and they will get to the point where you potentially will fail. So get to your question on what information do we have on the spillway capacity. That is what council asked us to go back, and they did the calculations in very much detail on how much capacity is there, and those are numbers I put up on the board. They're not assumptions, they're technical calculations on computer analysis.
If I can, there's a couple of different methodologies to determine that. One is, I can't think of the name of there's two methodologies to determine some of that flow, is there not? And the size of that, and the hydraulic jump at the beginning of the spillway for that flat piece that causes the hydraulic lift or jump.
Yes,
and calculating the spillway from the angle drop versus the flat part.
They've looked at in a number of different angles. The current method, the most advanced, is the HEC-RES method, which is a computer program. But certainly they've come up with, in 3 reviews, is the range. Originally we were talking 35 cubic meters, as noted on the calculation there, but they come back and said it's 55 cubic meters per second.
If I can continue, then so from 35, if I increase by 20, to the 55, then I've already increased a lot of dramatic, I mean, that's a huge increase from 35 to 55. And then if I go to a 1,000-year flood and bring down that peak maximum flow, I actually can't believe we couldn't put gabion baskets down there. I mean, gabions held back the Nechaco River at 800 cubic meters per second for 8 weeks, 2 months. So I can't believe we can't produce a cheaper, less invasive route with some notification and gabion diking. Do we need to continue to ask you for minute things, or can you come up with a bunch of different options for us? Because we seem to be stuck always getting one option or two options. We were told, tear it out, dying. Then we're told, oh, it's not bad, it'll still crack. Now we're told, gonna collapse. We got to spend $6 million because there's $2 million damage downstream. Assumption, scientific assumption. The studies confirm through scientific assumption that this is there.
They're not scientific assumptions. That's why you asked us last time to go back and ask Golda to run their computer programs by professionals who specialize in this. We're having a discussion back and forth about the particulars of this. This is engineers' work, and they're the ones that we hired. And we've hired 5 different engineers on this same dam, and they've all said the same thing, that we have a severe spillway capacity problem.
At the 23,000-year flood?
No, at a peak maximum flood, which is a calculation of 2/3 the peak maximum flood plus 1,000 years. That's what engineers design around. They design bridges around the worst case scenario. They design airplanes. Engineers design to a
Excuse me, what was our road designed on the Bowen roads? Most of our roads are 200-year flood capacity. Most of our highways are 200.
Oh, but that's a totally different situation. Is flood rising to the point it may come over the side of the bridge? We designed it higher so it could handle that flow. But in this circumstance, they don't have the reservoir situation. That's just a river flowing.
Thank you. So now we're going to go to, seeing no other speakers, Council, we'd like to go to delegations. And I would again ask that we be respectful in fact-finding and so on. So first one up is Mr. Fred Taylor. Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Sorry, yeah, thanks.
I agree with the staff recommendation, a drainage swale construction only. The city already has drainage swale construction on Westwood Lake to control that level. You have it on Witchcraft Lake to control the level. You even have it on Long Lake behind Coast Realty, a ditch that if you don't keep it clear from beaver dams, etc., will put your water up to and possibly over your highway. So you have a very cheap system in place in other places in our community. Why can we not do it here? We don't need engineering situation. We can take specifications for what water level you need to maintain in the dam to your engineers, draw or sketch the drawing, send it in as you've done to the water rights branch for approval, get an excavator for a couple of days, dig the ditch. Problem solved, in my opinion. If you're worried about coal or something, or on the banks or something like that with a swale, and the other swales are not rock lined or anything, if you're worried, you can do what highways I've seen do on the new inner route on the island, where they take a pond and an upright large culvert to a certain height, and they branch off that culvert to over the bank that holds the water in the pond, and it maintains it automatically to a level. And in my opinion, that can all be done at colliery dams to even maintain it so it's a level not even going over the spillway. Do you have water going over the dam at Westwood? No. Because you're maintaining it with a man-made ditch at the west end that holds it at a height of water in that body, in that lake. And it's not a big rush of water. It's ongoing. Yes, you might get a little bit more water if it rains hard, but it's ongoing to keep that level in the lake, as it does in Long Lake, as it does in Westwood, as it does in Witchcraft. We've got it. We have the engineering report right in this report tonight of what heights you need and everything else. It's all there that somebody can go draw it right away and give the application to the Water Rights Branch. You don't have to refer to people. They do that. The government, provincial government, will refer it around of your drawing to control the lake, the height of that lake in our park, which limits it to who can interfere with what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Seeing no speakers, the next speaker, Mr. Daniel Appel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was to speak to the safety concerns involved around this dam. My view, and it's a premise, that I believe that if you double the capacity of the spillway, you actually double the amount of water that goes down the river in a flood situation. In a normal course of action, that's not a problem, a normal operation of the river. But in high flood situations, a 50-year flood, a 100-year flood, a 200-year flood, that puts an awful lot of water down the river much quicker than would have it now. So I just use I don't use the term doubling. I'm not saying necessarily that's the reality of it, but if we double the capacity, I'm just providing that as an example. We take a 100-year flood, and essentially in the first part of that flood stage, before the dam has got a chance to drain itself, the effect is like a 200-year flood. And the damages and the risks associated with that shortens emergency response times, that increases the effect of erosion, and that can lead to structural failures from bridges, stormwater outtakes, roads, etc., in that first bit. Now, I know that the same amount of water distributed over a much greater time, as the dam does now, leads to less damage to property, less frequent flooding, and less serious threat to life. Essentially, life is threatened by flash floods, and this adding spillway capacity increases that possibility. And to me, that seems to be an overriding concern when you have at a 100-year flood rate greater risk, or a 200-year an increased risk, versus, say, the extreme flood condition where you're risking the loss of the dam at a time when the flood is so extreme that whatever's below the dam has been washed away long before that fails. So we're trying to harden a dam for a situation where the hardening doesn't seem really necessary, and we're increasing our exposure to flooding, the dangers of flooding, when it's more common and more current and worthy of consideration. And to give you an example, I was in Calgary when it flooded 2 years ago, and it was estimated that that flood, by the engineers at the time, was a 1 in 250 year circumstance. It was a great deal of expense, largely because the city's on a 100-year floodplain, but it was not this extremely rare event that caused the problem. And all the dams associated with those rivers, the rivers that go through Calgary, all those dams did a lot to mitigate the fact that it was less severe as it could have been. So based on that, and based on the sort of simple hydraulics of grade 11 physics, I guess you could say, no great expertise here, that I would say that we're affording the city a greater risk by building up the spillway capacity. And with the overtopping option, we're not exactly increasing the risk, but we're not improving it either. So that's all I want to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Geraldine Collins. Good evening.
Geraldine Collins, 110 Canterbury Crescent. Your Honor, councillors, welcome back, old friends. And for those of you who do not know me, I am an engineering technologist with over 20 years of experience, who can't see anymore. I worked in the interior of British Columbia doing logging site, landing, and road reclamation. I moved to the coast where I worked in watershed restoration for people like Haida in Haida Gwaii and SNC-Lavalin in Vancouver. As an engineering technologist, I take the designs that engineers produce and construct them in the field. So I work with heavy equipment and whatever personnel are required to get the job done. I'm a member of the technical committee struck by the City of Nanaimo, where the Colliery Dam Park Preservation Society, worked with the Nanaimo representatives, Mr. Seward, Golder Engineering, to investigate the Colliery Dams. The report that Mr. Seward talks about the spillway capacity, but unfortunately, they just give us a number. There was no technical backup. What I'd like to see is how they got those numbers. The math isn't rocket science. I'd like to see the math. And it's the same with the water distribution. They say it will only go in one place, and they're using survey points. In my experience on the committee, I've never seen a survey, so I don't know what they're talking about there. They brought us back an auxiliary spillway design, and I'm not sure. Do we need a spillway, another spillway? It is not proven. What do we need to know? Can the concrete wall survive the design flood? Is the concrete strong enough? What are the dimensions and geometry of the concrete wall? Will the concrete fracture or erode? If the concrete wall will not survive, do we need more rock to support it? How much water will flow over the dam in the design flood? What is the lateral dissipation of the water once the spillway has reached capacity? When we have these answers, then we can determine what upgrades we need. Do we need to support the dam wall? Do we need to protect it from overtopping? Do we need to redirect the water? What is the real story? What happens to Nanaimo in the hypothetical 50,000 year flood? This happens over time. days. In fact, it's been said of biblical proportions, so 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Before the dam reaches its crest, everyone downstream will have been evacuated. There will be nobody there. The flood damage throughout Nanaimo has now occurred. It is widespread and it is everywhere. Possible dam failure is incremental to widespread existing flood damage. The city maintains that the risk is severe from this 50,000-year flood and refuses to remove the tsunami signs. We had a risk assessment done and we have not heard anything about that. What do we need to know? We have spent $2.5 million and we still do not know the dimensions of the lower dam. Is the concrete strong enough to resist erosion? Will it fail if overtopped? The technical information regarding the spillway capacity and water distribution, we still need to know. What's next? There is absolutely no urgency. There is insufficient data on record to support the proposed option. Water level has never exceeded half of the measuring board. Important to maintain a realistic surveillance and emergency planning. And while we're doing that realistic surveillance, we compile data to find the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I see no speakers. Ms. Dara Woolridge, please.
Dara Woolridge, 495 Hillcrest Avenue. I live in Harewood. Okay, why isn't it working?
There you go.
Okay. No. Thank you. All right. First, I have a little present for the mayor. There you go, Bill.
That's what I got for Christmas.
Yeah, and you made your daughter wrap it, too.
Okay. I am also a member of the Harewood Neighbourhood Association, and I'm on the board, so I represent Harewood in this capacity. And what I want to address is this particular point in this whole big picture, and it is mixed coal slag fill at Colliery Dam safe for Chase River. As we know, there's been a lot of concern about the coal slag that makes part of the aggregate of the backfill of the dam. Now, it's only a small proportion. I don't know the exact amounts, but there is rock, there is gravel, and a little bit of coal slag in there. A lot of emphasis has been put on the coal slag. I liked Councillor Kipp's comment about scientific speculation or assumptions. Thank you. This is something I want to try and address here. Okay, a journey upstream to Harewood Lake. This is Harewood Dam Lake this year, February 2015, and this lake runs into the Harewood Creek, which runs into the Chase River water system. It's located on the Trans-Canada Trail just off of Harewood Mines Road, and as I said, it is part of the ecosystem for the Chase River. Now, we have a huge hill of solid coal slag that is on the high side of the Harewood Lake, and this coal slag the water from it runs directly into Harewood Lake. This is undiluted coal slag. There's me, and there's Mayor McKay's piece of coal. This shows you the runoff as it's coming right down from the hill of coal slag. I didn't include all the pictures because of brevity of time, but we have pictorial showing of it running right into the Harewood Lake. There is some of the coal right at the shore of Harewood Lake. It's a mixture of gravel and coal. It doesn't seem to have affected the ecosystem in any way whatsoever. It appears to be diverse and healthy. In the summertime, there's a very beautiful dragonfly breeding ground. Really, really gorgeous to go down there and watch the dragonflies flying around. Water lilies, a native yellow water lily, lots of mint growing all around the edges. Ducks. Now, if the ecosystem at present, which is having runoff from pure coal slag every day that it rains, if it is having runoff from that and is unaffected, then how can it be affected by Colliery Dam's backfill, which is just a very small portion of coal slag? The composite slag fill sample from Colliery Dam did not contain concentrations that would classify it as hazardous waste under the hazardous waste regulations. That's Golder Engineering. While certain metals and the PAH constituents were detected in the leachate, none of the reported concentrations in the leachate exceeded either the CSRAW freshwater standards or the BC Water Quality Freshwater Guidelines, including that of arsenic. Golder Engineering. Dam safety regulations define safety hazard as conditions that may reasonably be anticipated to cause a dam to be or to become potentially hazardous to public safety. That's very important, reasonably be anticipated. Under such a definition, Colliery Dam poses no reasonable hazard to life or habitat on the Chase River. Any questions?
Seeing none. I'm seeing none. Thank you. Mr. Jeff Solomon, thank you.
I love your shirts. And thank you for having me. First of all, I want to say that I'm definitely speaking against the proposed motion for the swale. We did not want the swale. We don't want a 40-meter intrusion into the park, and we're hoping you're going to provide alternate direction tonight for remediation. So I'm just going to give you an update and a bit of a synopsis of what's been happening over at the park, and I'll bring you up to date on everything. So what has happened? In October of 2012, the dams were deemed an extreme hazard. They were an enormous liability and certainly the worst dams in the province. It was a big, big concern for everybody. The seismic was by far the most major concern. The concrete in the dams was crumbling. It was honeycombed. There was rebar. Well, there actually wasn't. They said there was no rebar, and they were supposed to fail in 3 minutes, and 150 people will die. So that was a fairly major concern, obviously. So the public, and through CDPPS, asked a lot of questions. Is this possible? And we brought up information. Hey, there's only been 8 deaths due to a seismic dam failure ever recorded in history. They all happened in that huge earthquake in Japan a number of years ago. And there's only been 1 death recorded in BC in any dam failure whatsoever. So we had reason to doubt some of the findings. So when we pushed and we really demanded, and we finally received a meeting with the dam safety section. And at that meeting, Lauren Gale, he's our engineer, he's volunteered hundreds of hours with this project. He asked about the classification because it was tied into the number of potential fatalities. And he asked specifically if the breach time is possible, given that the dams are a hybrid construction of concrete core and rock fill. And that is a significant factor because we have the best of both with these dams. We have a very large rock fill behind a very large concrete core. The dam safety section said, yes, this is possible. They could fail in 3 minutes. This was a multi-million-dollar question, and we didn't get the proper answer to that, and that's very, very unfortunate. It led us on a massive goose chase for a whole year. So the technical committee, it's convened and it's driven on the basis of an extreme emergency. That's what we were facing, and we've always been under extreme emergency. All the options that were presented before factual data is available because they were rushed. This thing was supposed to crack and break and kill everybody. So they wanted to bring some options in to see if we can get something done, to put everybody at ease. The options were based on extreme consequences. So we got some findings, and they're good. Concrete's strong, it's got good reinforcement, it's attached to bedrock. Good stuff. We were a lot more secure with that. The risk assessment, first time ever done in this province. First time, and it's a very comprehensive piece of work. And it was based on extremely conservative inputs, and it showed little incremental damage. Little probability of any loss of life. The seismic report, and it came out good. Thanks, we've been waiting for that. Fantastic. Analysis confirms that there is an extremely low probability of a dramatic rupture of the dams during an earthquake that would put public safety at risk. It was a huge event for us. We needed to know that. That was very, very important. Reclassification, dam safety section, they sat at a lot of these meetings, they heard the risk assessment, and they agreed to reclassify the dams. Consequences are downgraded. Very good news. We should have celebrated. False alarm. But that wasn't the case. The risk assessment stated flood and consequences were low, but the findings were basically ignored. The tsunami signs, they remained in place. We went down from 70 to 50. And the flood event is now seen as a huge major hazard that needs to be dealt with. So this is what we have in our community, a very big bone of contention. Flood hazard zone, evacuate following earthquake. We forgot. Hey, it doesn't mean anything if we get an earthquake. You may get an earthquake, a lot of buildings will fall, those dams are going to be fine. They're going to be there. But that's what we got in here. The emergency system is an important thing. We shouldn't discount that. It's very important for the community to have this. But if it's done under false pretenses, it loses credibility. This sign is very valid. This is the kind of signs we need. If you see any concerns at the dam, hey, contact us. We'll get there. And that's great. And we've had some logs that have jammed up in the lower spillway, and the city's been great. They've come and pulled them away. This sign is important. This one's not so much. And I'm telling you, this is what we're talking about. It's not, computer modeling, whatever. This is the level we're talking about. You see the water level there? That's what we usually have. About 1 inch of water in our spillway. It went dry for 2 months last summer. It's a concern that we don't have enough water. That was the most that we had last year, and that was a good rainstorm. Whatever, it came up to 40 centimeters. This year, it came up, you saw some of the pictures there, and it always shows the front of there before you get to the bridge, came up to 60 centimeters. 0.9 is where the highest level that's ever been recorded according to the city. Highest level, 0.9. 1.8, that's the crest of our dam wall. We've got a long ways to go. We need a storm to make the end of all storms to have any impact whatsoever. Whoops, sorry about that. No. So, hang on a second, sorry. In May 2014, CDPPS temporarily withdraws from the technical committee. We didn't feel it was driven by pursuing cost-effective, least invasive solutions, and we didn't figure our questions were getting answered. It was important for us. We really wanted to get this solved, but we didn't want these solutions that were going to cost zillions of dollars that seemed over what we needed. And it was $8 million for blowing up into bedrock and $7 million to concrete every last little bit over the backfill of the dam. I mean, this isn't the options that we were looking at, nor we thought they were necessary. You heard about Harewood Dam. This is Harewood Dam. We thought, if you're really concerned about that dam wall falling at Colliery Dam, go up to Harewood Dam. It's just up the street of Western Acres, and see if the geometry of that dam is what we have here. This is 1 foot and it tapers to 7 feet. We don't know what the geometry of our dam is because it's never actually been checked. But it was built by the same company in the same year, 1911. It's not a bad question to ask. If you think it's going to fall, maybe you should check out and see what else is out there that's exactly the same. Then, in November, CDPS requests the spillway capacity for the lower dam and the water distribution should the dam ever reach capacity. They're valid questions. We should have that on record. It's $2.5 million down the line here. We should know this exactly. We've had so many different numbers. 25. It was actually, the risk assessment was done at 25. It's now at 55. Well, how did it get to 55? How did it get to 25? You know, one of the people that are involved with us said, don't just do a computer model. Don't just do this. Actually go up and measure the capacity of the dam so we can find out exactly what we have. We're talking about spending millions of dollars here. Go out and find exactly what we have before you start to present something that isn't necessarily necessary. City proceeds to ask Golder for an alternate spillway design. We didn't ask for that swale. We went up there and we talked to the engineer and said, listen, if you can come up with something, an alternate ditch, I call it, that's going to take something that will never ever be used, and it may cost a couple $100,000, come back and talk to us about it. Not $3 to $6 to $10 million. We never talked about that. And we certainly would never have encouraged that. That was another $30,000 that just went into the bucket.
We're about 9 minutes now, Mr. Solomon.
It's 1 minute?
You bet.
There's no urgency. I'm telling you, there is no urgency, and we've been pushed by this urgency, and we've made really wrong decisions. Jump Creek, millions of cubic meters of water, serious structural flaws, took 10 years to process. If we've got to do something, we'll take our time to do it properly. Rush decisions based on missing and incorrect information have wasted our city millions, and a lot of angst as well. So what did we get for that? We got for the $2.5 million, we got some good information, and we got 2 park benches at the middle dam. That's the improvements. That one, $1.2 million, and that one, because that's our dog, $1.3 million, because that's Jax. He's really, really nice. And this is what we should be pursuing. This is what this park is for. That's what we wanted. If we were going to see improvements, that's what we want. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Leon Cake. Welcome, Mr. Cake.
Thank you, Mayor, Worship, Council. My name is Leon Cake, 5936 Schooner Way, member of the Technical Committee and long-time Nanaimo Harewood boy. First, I'd like to thank this man over here tonight. When I walked in the door tonight, this is the first time I've done a PowerPoint presentation, and he took my USB, and then he completely informed me what to do at this podium. I'd like to thank you for that. That's what we need in our city, people that engage us, help us, and lead us in the right direction. Thank you.
That'll be $5.
Add it to his wage.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm just going to go through a little bit of a PowerPoint I put together here. As you can see, process, input, and future. Starting on the committee, as you can see, this is some of the files and studies that were done. And if you look, there was lots. I have read thousands and thousands of pages of information on reports from all the engineering firms that have done studies for the city from the beginning of 1911 to the end of 2014 here. This is a study we started August 5th, 1980. Another study in 1981. Another study in 1981, 2003, where we did some underwater sonic profiling. Each year we gathered a little bit more information. 2003 Dam Safety Review, EPA's Engineering Consultants Review, millions of dollars of investigation. After numerous reports, we're still confused on the spillway size. We're still trying to be convinced that the engineering firm that we engaged with actually surveyed the dam and created the information that we are saying there is still confusion on what is the real true capacity of those spillways. What can they really push through? Many spillway investigations, still we have confusion. Studies on the flows and the capacity. Staff's professional obligation is to provide technical, financial, and legal advice, and that's where we're at today with this proposal. It's before you. We had an exercise in the community for preparedness. Planning was based on catastrophic failure. Catastrophic failure. At one point in time in our community, we were telling people that those dams would disintegrate in 3 minutes. We've proven that seismically, after a lot of money was spent, that those dams are safe from a seismic event. Risk was based on flawed information. There was no big catastrophic failure or collapse. 2014, November, we're still classified as extreme. This is the dam safety report for 2010, which is completed January 18, 2011. I want council to look at this report. Has your formal inspection for 2010 been completed? Yes. Have any dam safety concerns been identified? No. Now, this is the dam safety report that comes back from the provincial government. That's the 2010-2011. This is the 2011-2012. The same thing. Have any dam safety concerns been identified? When I look at this report, under page 5, section 2, that is, both dams have serious deficiencies. Well, when you read that for 2011 and 2012, how do we go in 2 years to serious deficiencies that quick? It describes in this email that these are ponds and help is needed. Dam Safety even offered to help remove them, which I don't understand their role. This is the Westwood Lake volumes. This is the Colorado Dam volumes. There are far greater concerns facing our community. As you know today, I forwarded some information to the city regarding an issue that I've been carrying forward since 2008. You have that information. I'm not going to elaborate. But I want council to look at its priorities. What is the priority of this new city council? I gave you a quick version of what 1 year looked like in my life to sit at these meetings, gather this information as an unpaid citizen with 3 more unpaid citizens, to work with Golder & Associates to try to make sure that we didn't lose these dams. At one point in time, we had a $3.4 million tender that was taking away the dams, and I don't know how anybody here can look me in the eye and say that the dams in Harewood are the most beautiful place in Nanaimo. I just want to touch base on some priorities I talked about regarding the expenditure that we're looking at tonight. The movement of dangerous goods through the city of Nanaimo. Do we have a study, a plan? Do we have anything in place for that? Traffic issues. Northfield Road. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we've postponed that intersection realignment to next year. If this council is going to spend $250,000 on design and maybe borrowing $5, $6, $7 million, I would suggest that tomorrow morning you engage that into a tendering process, because that's a bigger concern to the citizens of Nanaimo, every one of them, than the Harewood Dam at this point in my life. The Boxwood Road upgrade, another one that has safety concerns for the city of Nanaimo's residents. We must now, each and every one here, we must now use common sense in our thinking, in how we're applying tax dollars, and the direction you're going to take the city. So I'm asking you to look at option 2 tonight when you make your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a question from Councillor Yocum.
Is there any more delegation?
There are more. There's one more.
Okay, I can wait till after delegation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. King.
After.
Mr. Wager.
Hello. Thanks for letting me speak. My name's Terry Lee Wager. I'm going to start by reading this letter. My friend Sandy Blankenship, who lives on Fern Road but walks her dog every day at the mall, at the dam, asked me to read this letter. Good evening, Mayor McKay, Council and staff. There is great need to reconsider construction of an auxiliary swale or ditch at the lower spillway of the Colliery Dam Park for monumental reasons of negative environmental and community impact, and the failure of the engineering firm Golder & Associates to provide adequate information to the community on what would actually take place during a heavy monsoon-type rainfall event. To go forward with any plans at this time without every piece of relevant information is premature, irresponsible, and not in the best interest of the community or the future of a beautiful and life-sustaining ecosystem. It is a place of sanctuary for wildlife of many species. The entire process with regard to the Colliery Dam Park is being handled irresponsibly and is causing unnecessary distress for many. The citizens and taxpayers deserve relief from this ongoing and unproven safety threat that was allowed to take place under our former city government and should no longer continue under our current city leadership. The colliery dams have been in place for over 100 years and still hold strong with very little erosion. The lower spillway will more than likely hold strong, serve its purpose as designed, and never overtop if properly maintained. Preventative maintenance service on the existing structure is in the best interest of the community until, without any doubt, it has been determined remediation is a necessary course of action to pursue. The Colliery Dam Park is part of Nanaimo's history, and it is a beautiful tourist destination indeed. The Colliery Dam Park could be one of Nanaimo's shining assets if it were treated as such. It is a peaceful and pleasant place for people, picnics, and pets too. With minor community-friendly enhancements, the park could be a major asset and focal point of our city. The Colliery Dam Park is to Nanaimo what Central Park is to New York or Stanley Park is to Vancouver. It is a historical site that deserves respect, protection, and maintenance for the citizens of today and the future. This park is part of Nanaimo's heritage. Our children's children deserve the use of this park in its historic state. Places such as Colliery Dam Park are reasons many people have come to live in this city, and we citizens, native or not, do not want to see this beautiful and life-supporting park recklessly ruined for unjustified reasons. It would cause grave disruption to a century-old ecosystem and would take away so much joy and happiness this park provides for multitudes of Nanaimo citizens and visitors. I ask the Mayor, City Council, and staff to hear well the words of all delegates put before them this evening, for we are the voices of many who are not present at this meeting. Please honorably represent the citizens of Nanaimo. I'm sorry, Sandy, but I'm going to skip this next paragraph. Please be the voice of the people and vote to save our park, intact for now and future generations. It is the right thing to do. And she ends with, thank you. So that's what Sandy has to say. As for me, I only have a minute left, so I'll keep it very brief. You know, I'm sure you're all aware that Gord was going to table a motion tonight to, basically put this thing on the back burner, go with the so-called do-nothing option, and basically establish a reporting schedule. You know, a lot of people are thinking that the threat posed, the so-called threat of dam safety, the dam safety people taking this over is way overstated. And to be honest, since I've been so involved with this for the last year or two, I've talked to so many people, I know that there's a profound level of distrust amongst so many people of this whole process. They don't trust the city staff. They don't trust the way this thing has been handled at all. And if this so-called ditch thing goes forward, it's just going to create chaos. There's just going to be so much resistance to it. There's going to be people in the park. They're going to be moving into the park. They won't want this to happen, and they will do everything to resist it. I'm sure you're aware of that, but I thought I'd mention it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wager. I want to thank all the speakers for their very tempered comments. Appreciate that very much. We do have two staff recommendations here. We do have Councillor Yoakum wishing to speak. Is it concerning a recommendation?
Yes. It's some comments in regards to recommendation 2 on the staff recommendations, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to thank the presenters this evening. I'm very articulate and very passionate about a worthy cause. Actually, my comments that I'd like to make is on number 2 is actually I'd like to make a motion. Whereas the engineering reports have indicated that the colliery dams are in much better condition than previously considered, and the risk assessment indicates significantly less consequences to downstream residents, and the dams have now been reclassified and are no longer extreme consequence, I move that Council receive the current report and further that staff be directed as follows. A, to not proceed with any decision work or expenditure for the alternate drainage course/swale for the lower colliery dam, and B, to consult with and engage other primary stakeholders, including the Colliery Downs Park Preservation Society, Snail First Nation, and other general public in order to revise as deemed necessary the Dam Safety Management Program, latest version February 2013, which revision will reflect the recent change in classification, and in addition to revise the emergency plan and measures, including signage and monitoring measures, and C, to report on the revisions determined from the above and to seek council's further direction at that time, and D, to consult and engage in primary stakeholders named above in any and all future process and planning, including any proposed remedial measures regarding the Colliery Downs Park. E, last one, to amend for a schedule for remediation to reflect the current lowered classification to permit more time to investigate and prepare a revised plan for any required remediation when determined, and to inform the DSS of the above direction by council. That's my motion, Your Honor.
Thank goodness we want to get out of here tonight.
Second.
Got a seconder? Do we have any speakers concerning the motion? Call the question. Oh, Councillor Pratt.
I have to admit, that was a very long motion, and I'm not even sure I caught it all. So it's actually kind of hard for me to vote on that because I didn't take all of that in.
Councillor Brennan.
I agree. It's very long and difficult to form any opinion on without having had time to look at it and understand it. So I would move that the motion be referred to the next council meeting.
We have a referral on the table now. Councillor Kipp.
On the referral, it's interesting. I had a long motion on the floor tonight that I had prepared on meeting change. Of course, then all of a sudden a new motion come on the floor with a little bit of discussion and a little bit of, I'll say, I'm moving it in. And that seemed okay at that point when we didn't know what my peer was talking, but now it's different. Can you tell me why?
There was a very long report on the issue of changing the timing and days of the meeting. And I believe that at the end, we agreed to keep it on Mondays, but to refer it back to staff for a further report.
Yeah, that motion was new to the floor. That's what I'm saying. It was a different motion that was written, and it is a different motion now that's being proposed. So I understand you think it's fine. That's all I asked for.
So on the referral, Councillor Bestwick. Sorry.
Are you? You're looking at me and you're...
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's out of order here. Councillor Pratt. I'm sorry, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. In answer to your question, Councillor Kipp, what I was saying is I did not take that entire motion in, and it would be very hard for me to agree to it. I think that it is probably a good motion, but I wouldn't mind having some time to read it over and make sure that it is what I think it is.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Well, given that this topic has been an agenda item and top of mind item in the community for a couple plus years and a whole bunch of dollar signs, this motion had to be somewhat long that Councillor Yoakum just read out to capture the necessary requirements and to incorporate the necessary information to get us to the next stage. So in listening to the I think there was 5 bullets, as carefully as possible, the ones that resonate the most with me are not to proceed with engineering and more expenditure on the dam issue, but refer the information back to the stakeholders and staff and the CDPPS to investigate any more information that's required to come back with a common sense, practical, pragmatic, less expensive, less intrusive option, or not. And while so doing, continue to monitor the dams as we know them today. It was presented as, where could the water go at the very beginning? Well, for me, if the dam is a bathtub and it's filling up because the tap is broken and it won't go off, I take out the plug. So we had a plug and we concreted the thing over. So if we want to control the levels, put the plug back in. And then when it starts to rise, take the plug out.
Councillor Bestwick, so is this on the referral? We're talking on the referral.
Sure, I went off track. I've never done that before.
I'll withdraw my request to refer this. Let's just take Councillor Yoakum's motion as explained by Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you.
I withdraw.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Yoakum, can you repeat the motion, please?
Absolutely. And Councillor Bestwick did a great job on reviewing what I stated. A, to not proceed with any design work or expenditure for the alternate drainage course/swale for the Lower Colliery Dam. B, to consult with and engage other primary stakeholders, including the Colliery Dam Park Preservation Society, SNAMO, and the general public in order to revise the deemed necessary the Dam Safety Management Program from the latest version of February 2013 report, which revision will reflect the recent change in classification and in addition to revise emergency plan and measures, including signage, which is key, and monitoring measures, and C, to report on the revisions determined from the above and to seek council's further direction at that time, and D, to consult and engage the primary stakeholders named above in any and all future process and planning, including any proposed remedial measures regarding the Colliery Dams Park. E, to amend the schedule for remediation to reflect the current lowered classification to permit more time to investigate and prepare a revised plan for any required remediation when determined and to inform the DSS of the above direction by council. Done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Thorpe, on the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks, Councillor Yoakum, for that comprehensive motion. And I will likely support it, but I do have a couple of comments and a couple of concerns. First of all, what I heard during the election campaign very clearly from people when this issue was brought up, as it often was that they wanted us to move on with this and get this issue settled. They did not want more reports. They did not want more time delays. They wanted it settled. And I can appreciate that. They didn't want more money spent. They wanted it settled. And I'm willing to accept Councillor Yoakum's motion, but I am concerned that it is just delaying an eventual result on this, maybe for good reason and hopefully in a worthwhile manner. But we talk about consulting and more time to investigate, and it seems to me that we've been doing that for, 2 years now? And we're no further ahead. And we seem to be working on shifting sand, hopefully not up in the Harewood area. So again, that is my concern. And my other comment or question, if I may, because this has not been brought up yet, and that is the factor of the provincial government's request or demand of us to take some action. Can city staff tell me where we are at with that? What is the provincial government telling us?
Your Worship, in answer to that question, is the Dam Safety Section has recently written a letter to the city stating that they want to see the city's schedule to remediate these dams in 2015 and to provide a response to them by the end of February. on that remediation plan and schedule.
Is that satisfactory?
That answers my question. I guess if I may have a follow-up question, what would be the anticipated consequence if we do not give them such a reply or information?
That is unknown at this time. From my understanding in discussions, and certainly they participated at length on the technical committee for the Colliery Dams, is they would likely say, well, we would like to see some temporary measures put in place to decrease the risk, which could be pumping, it could be raising the dam, it could be a number of things that they would be seeking. But we would only know that when they come back with that response.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Well, thank you. I have to respond to the demand from the Dam Safety Branch again. They only recently downgraded it. We took about a year to convince them that they should use probability in their risk assessment, and they used a revised risk assessment after months and months of sending information to them, demanding adequate risk assessment, where you use not only the consequence but the probability. So they've done that and reduced it down. I still believe, by what we saw today of emails going back and forth with staff of, oh, this is a problem with these ponds. We can help you get rid of this problem. When it was first prepared by staff, it was so flawed, it was so fearful and dangerous. We can't get over that. I can't get over that it was so flawed. I really have a problem. And so from my point on this one here is, the Dam Safety Branch, we will write them. No way will they take over any dams in the province right now. Like Mount Polley, I read the report yesterday. It's disgusting what was done in that dam. They were told about it, the Dam Safety Branch, and they did nothing. This is a government agency that's undermanned in their mandate. They don't even say they deal with recreation dams. And these are classed as recreation dams. It's been a boondoggle from the beginning. So to assume DSS is going to come running in and tell us to tear it down, or they're going to do it, well, it's almost like Elections Canada. They got no authority. It is, to me, it has been a boondoggle for years for me. I just can't believe we've spent the time and the money on it that we have. I'm sorry. I support the motion as it hits the floor.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, like many of my colleagues and also people in our beautiful city, is the public is sick and tired of spending large expenditures on incomplete information. That's what this whole process has been: incomplete information, inaccuracy, etc. The motion instructs the work to be done to come up with a better remediation options, and based on the new DSS new classification. So I just want to reiterate that for Mr. Seward, and if anyone were just to be crystal clear on the motion. And line item A is the simplest of all the five, is to not proceed with any design work or expenditure for the alternate drainage course swale for Lower Colliery Dam. Basically, enough chasing one bad dollar after another bad dollar. Enough's enough. So that's what this motion is intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Mr. Swaby.
Could I just clarify, is Dam Safety does not do the risk assessment. They do not write the reports. The engineers that we hire do that work, and then that information is sent to Dam Safety as part of the record keeping process. The Canadian Dam Association regulations were changed in 2013 to allow risk assessment for a first time, and risk assessment was completed in this study in detail by Golder's representative. The comment about incomplete information, we have a tremendous amount of information on this file. We have been studying this for an extended amount of time. There's certainly disagreement on the results of the information, and that's understandable. But the only experts in this subject are the engineers we hire, and they're the ones that we expect to come up with designs that work and that they would stand behind. And if we don't have an engineer standing behind the design of a upgrade, then that responsibility is on us, the city.
So, Your Worship, having said that, assuming this motion is successful, we will implement your direction as set out by the motion.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan opposed. Thank you. And thank you very much. Next item. Animal control, standards of care of dogs. I wonder if you could be quiet while you're exiting, please, folks. So this item here is to be introduced by Mr. Seward, Director of Social and Protective Services, and the purpose is to provide information on expanding the animal control bylaw to include sections on the welfare of dogs. If we could just ask you to just keep it right down, folks, while you're exiting. Thank you very much. Mr. Seward.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before us tonight is short reports on both dogs and cats, but I just wanted to give you the overall context, is animal control and care. So we're going to review very quickly those regulations that are now in place for for dogs, what may be coming forward for cats, and the animal control contract. And you'll see in the slides, there's only a few here which will outline about the animal control contract. Sorry, my remote is not working in here. We'll switch over. Thank you.
Jammed up. It's frozen.
So just very briefly, in regulations for dogs, currently the city regulates control of dogs. And I want to emphasize the word control. It's things like problem dogs, vicious dogs, dogs that are running loose. The city has bylaws in place for that. The possible bylaw changes that before you are considering for care of dogs. That's different than control. And there's a question if the council wishes us to go into care of dogs. And with very good reason, there's concern about dogs in hot cars, tethering and other considerations. But those are care of dogs opposed to the control. And one of the struggles we have, and we want to continue to point out, will bylaw changes have desired effects? If you put a bylaw in place, will it result in what you want it to do? And our challenge with any bylaws is they're on complaint basis. We respond to them as best as possible, but if, for instance, dogs in hot cars, we don't have the ability to actually extract the dog from that car, even if we put if that direction was given. Only the RCMP have that ability at this time. So what we're proposing for dogs in the recommendation is a proposed education process for those two items that I've described. So that's just a quick overview for what is in our report. Secondly, for cats, there's no bylaw requirement in place or recommended at this time. The real challenge with regulating cats is those three things: enforcement, success rate, and cost. To actually regulate cats in Nanaimo would be a very big challenge. There's a huge population of cats here, and would we have success in actually regulating through bylaw? There certainly would be a cost on that, and that's a decision council would have to make on which direction they want to go in that regard. And lastly is the animal control contract. Council had approximately 3 months ago, asked us to not renew the animal control contract for the full 3-year term, and just agreed to renew it for that 6-month period as up on your screen, and expires on June 30th this coming year. The issue of dogs and cats needs to be dealt with in advance of the animal control contract, because if you do direct us to go ahead and change the bylaws for either dogs or cats or both, there will be a different requirement for our animal control contract. So this is not on the agenda tonight, but we certainly want you to be aware that that's the next step after we've dealt with the dogs and cats. So you have 2 reports in front of you, and I believe you have a number of delegations, so certainly I'm here to answer any questions either now or after the delegations. And with me is Rod Davidson, who is the Assistant Manager of Bylaw, who deals with the animal control contract, so he has a lot of technical background in this regard. Thank you.
Mr. Seward. We do have a delegation. The first one is Mr. Leon Davis. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
I'm thrilled with the idea of having an education campaign working together with the city to raise public awareness around dogs in hot cars. We're no stranger to this. This is something that we have done as long as there's been cars in BC, and it certainly does raise public awareness, that's for sure. But in our experience, what we see when we do education campaigns or when a tragedy like the Langley 6, the 6 dogs that died in the hot car over the summer, and that was all over the news, no education campaign is better than that. We don't see a reduction in incidences of animal neglect. What we see when these campaigns happen is more people call. The people who are kind of ignorant about these things tend to remain that way. And although it might reach a few people, what we see is just more people call and more people call because of the effort that's been put in around education. I want to be clear in all of these items that we're talking about with animal control and calls, whether it's tethering or hot dogs, the SPCA is committed to still responding to all of these calls. We have no intentions of all of the hot dog calls that come into us to just pass it off and say this is now an animal control issue. We'll still attend to them. We'll still try and educate the owners and try and prevent this from happening in the future. We don't want to burden the city and just drop what we do, because that's what we do. SPCA staff can't remove animals from cars. Constables can, but there's 36 in the entire province, and there's 7,000 complaints a year of animal neglect. So it's rare that you'll have a constable at Costco on an August afternoon at 4 o'clock that can attend. So we do what we can. We try and run the shelter with very few staff. And the fact is the animal control contractor is already attending a lot of these calls because they're getting calls from the public, and they don't want to just turn a blind eye to the dog, so they are actually going. They just can't do anything about it when they get there. There's been a couple of concerns that the city brought up in our meetings with them around how do you enforce this, and they're good concerns. The Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act was recently amended to include adequate ventilation, and that is the wording we usually use around dogs being left in hot cars or any animals at all. So the question is, how do we know when enforcement kicks in? I looked into, could we set a temperature? But because dogs vary, pugs have more trouble breathing, a dog might be older, it's too big. So the whole idea is that you keep it broad so that there's some discretion that can be used on the behalf of one of our constables or the RCMP or maybe an animal control officer to look at the whole situation. And the dog will tell you the story of when it's slipping into distress. We've offered to work with animal control to set out some guidelines, a kind of a checklist to go down and say, is this happening? Is that happening? We don't want somebody who's popped into 7-Eleven for 2 minutes to grab a Slurpee to be whacked over the head with a $500 fine or whatever it is. But when there's an animal control officer or one of us there, and it's getting to the point where this animal is displaying all of these symptoms of distress, and we now may need to look at getting this animal out of the car, that's when I would suggest that an infraction under a bylaw would have occurred, once we're actually going to have to take some action. This isn't public knowledge yet, but it's about to be now. There's a private members bill going forward this year, and if it passes, it's going to amend the community charter to give animal control officers the ability to remove dogs from cars. So there was some concern that if a bylaw went in place, there would be an expectation on the city to have one of their contractors remove that animal. And certainly if the private members bill goes through, that expectation will really be there because the SPCA actually can't do it, our regular staff. So I think we're willing to work to do whatever it takes to give animal control officers that ability and knowledge to know when to apply a bylaw and possibly a fine. We just can't respond to all of them. And a dog died in Nanaimo, a bulldog died in Nanaimo last year in a hot car. And education without legislation, we find, just doesn't work. And people aren't getting it, and they have to because animals are dying. When it comes to tethering, again, we in Nanaimo are the 4th highest in the province in the last 5 years, 132 calls about dogs being tethered for extended lengths of time in their backyard. Now, if the dog has adequate food, water, and shelter, we as the SPCA can't do anything to remove that dog. It can sit there on a chain 24 hours a day and not receive socialization with other people or dogs, and there's nothing that we can do. We attended about 27, I think, last year, and we will still continue to attend them. In 26 of the cases, we actually got compliance through education to get these dogs off the tether. If there was a bylaw as a tool in our back pocket to say to people, there is also a bylaw as a part of our education process, we could have probably got compliance a little sooner. In only one of those cases could we have used assistance from a bylaw officer to come in and say, we cannot get compliance here, we really need some help. So again, we don't want to burden the city with tethering calls. But the other concern is public safety. So what we see when dogs are tethered for extended lengths of time is a huge increase in maladaptive behavior. So dogs being aggressive at the fence towards people, towards other dogs. If that dog gets off of its tether or it's sold to someone else down the line, you have a public safety issue. It's a real problem with aggressive dogs or aggression from being tethered. And also barking complaints. The majority of barking noise complaints you see coming from dogs are dogs that are kept in the backyard, tethered all day long without socialization. And again, that's a public nuisance and an issue. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you very much. I don't see any, Councillor Bestwick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Leon. Appreciate you coming. In our staff report, we have mentioned that according to the SPCA, 41 municipalities in one regional district require adequate ventilation for animals, particularly in vehicles. Are we one of those 41?
No, we don't have anything like that.
We don't have anything.
No, we have, as was mentioned earlier, we have animal control bylaws, but we don't have any care bylaws. So there's no adequate ventilation in the RDN or with us. The province has set a precedent to say that this is the wording that they're using, and the province are saying that the BCSPCA's definition of distress is how they see us as deciding when this becomes an infraction. So the SPCA, if you were to leave your dog in your car and it's removed and it has shown signs of distress, there is potential for a charge for animal cruelty. That's why, as the SPCA, sometimes people are frustrated with us because we'll go to a car, much like animal control do, and we stand there. And we stand there for a long time because we have to wait until a dog starts to show signs of distress before we can say there's a breach of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. And that's the guidelines I'm saying that we could use for bylaws to copy that, to say at the point a dog starts to show signs of distress, it's when you see a dog jumping around a car, barking and clawing at the window, it's an angry dog, but not yet in distress. Once that dog starts to show signs of quietening, maybe not responding, lying down, heavy panting, then all of a sudden we're starting to look at calling the RCMP to get access to the car.
Thank you. So if I may, I'll just ask the question then. If we had a bylaw that required adequate ventilation, so you don't have to enter the vehicle, windows are all rolled up, it's 180 degrees outside, it's hotter inside. You can put a sticker on that window that says you violated this bylaw, and your license plate. So there's got to be a way in which the education is, do that again and you're going to pay the consequence for not providing adequate ventilation. I realize you can't enter, but there's got to be a bit of a stroke there to say it's not acceptable.
I agree, and I think as a sticker, we won't leave the car while the dog's in there because we have temperature guns, and I actually offered to buy animal control temperature guns for everybody. So you can see the temperature outside of the vehicle, you can see the temperature inside the vehicle, see that it's rising. If we had an infraction as SPCA and a dog had to be removed or suffered distress, certainly we would be more than willing to pass that information on to bylaws to say there's a clear infraction here, here's the veterinary report, here is the situation,
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a staff recommendation that Council direct staff to 1, prepare guidelines for dog owners that encourage responsible pet ownership, And 2, continue with current bylaw requirements regarding dogs and address this issue as part of an upcoming core review. Councillor Bestwick. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Brennan, I'm sorry.
Thank you. On an earlier report, we had an option of different direction to staff, and we don't have that here. So I'm not convinced by the argument that we can't write vague bylaws or we can't use vague language, because we do, and we do it in order that our staff can use their discretion. So, for instance, we have unsightly premises. Well, that's discretionary, but what we do is we enumerate the criteria that the bylaw officer uses to assess, is this unsightly or not? Those aren't just ours, I suppose. They're decisions from the courts over time. So I think we could do a similar thing for adequate ventilation. I think we could write a bylaw that insists on it and then has, I guess, some repercussions, some punishments, fines, I'm not really sure. So I'm just not satisfied that we can't do this. I think we can do it, and I think we should do it. That's kind of my feeling is that we have a responsibility to do this. We know, I guess there's enforcement has stepped up over time, because we see it now on a regular basis, you know, animals that are found in just deplorable circumstances, or animals dying in cars, or just, as Mr. Davies said, under considerable stress. So I want an option that tells me, or where we can direct staff to come back to us with a bylaw that includes requirements for adequate ventilation and steps to enforce.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with Councillor Brennan, and perhaps if there's a friendly to number 2, and I'm sure it will require some tweaking, but continue with current bylaw requirements regarding dogs and direct staff to prepare a bylaw to include required ventilation in cars with consequences to be determined, or something to that effect. So to add the ventilation into vehicles versus, not cars. Sorry, I don't know if I captured what you were trying to accomplish.
You did capture it exactly. But I would like to not make this an issue for the core review. I mean, if we decide here that that's a core service that we want to offer, then that can be something we do.
I agree with that.
Councillor Pratt.
Just wanted to be clear on this, because in the presentation, it was dogs in cars and tethering. So I think if we're going to do this, we should address both of those issues, because they both sounded like they were quite serious.
Should be written to include adequate ventilation and rules on tethering, or just refer it back to staff for those.
Are you asking for a referral?
Well, refer it to staff to come up with the, as Bill said, or Councillor Becks, continue with current bylaw requirements and include. So staff would have to write this for us, okay. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
And direct staff
They would have
to prepare
to,
a bylaw to include required ventilation in vehicles, trailers, whatever, and tethered dogs. I'm not sure how to.
Yeah.
Your Worship, Councillor Bestwick covered it. We'll come back with a bylaw to cover those items off for council.
Thank you.
We need to vote on it.
Yeah. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question to the staff. who's gonna, are we gonna actually have to have more bylaw officers and that to deal with these situations? From the presenter, he says that they have to actually stand there and wait until they make the determination that the dog is in distress before they can actually do something. So now, are we supposed to train our bylaw officers to be doing this? Or animal control?
So Your Worship, there was a cost identified in the report, but the way I'm hearing that you would like this bylaw to come back would be sort of an incremental approach that we would take, and we'd probably have to reassess it at the end of the year to see how we're doing and identify how much it's costing us, if it's costing us more. I think the extreme cases where we'd have to stand there and assess it, but I think I'm hearing that you want a bylaw that is more easily applied in situations that uses some judgment, that maybe has some discretion that council would then evaluate if the owners didn't comply. Something in that effect.
Supplemental. Well, I just don't want to be taking away all our bylaw officers to be standing in front of cars in the hot summer to be watching dogs when they have other jobs to do to wait for the determination.
Probably, Your Worship, it's, the way it generally would happen, because I've seen it happen, is we would have someone phone the office and say, there's a dog in a car, we want you to go and investigate and do something about it. We had it happen in City Hall parking lot. So that's typically how if a bylaw officer is cruising around town and he sees the situation, he would therefore investigate it, but usually it's going to be a complaint phoned in and he'll respond, or she will respond.
Councillor Hong's comment is generally this would be covered by the animal control contract, not by city staff. If city staff identified it, then we're calling animal control to carry out the service, hence the potential increase in cost.
So is animal control allowed to fine people? Is this what we're getting to? At a bylaw, we're going to get to a point where we're going to have to penalize this person if we've come to the conclusion that they are in distress.
Your Worship, will provide some options that way. The bylaws are enforceable by all three, both animal control bylaw officers and the RCMP. So there's all sorts of eyes in the streets for this issue.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll certainly support this motion. I think it's a really good idea. And I think also I like the aspect of this being an incremental policy as we bring it in and really tie it into the first part of staff's recommendation regarding guidelines for dog owners, because a large part of this hinges on education. That's the first step. But I also agree that if people don't learn to take care of their dogs properly to the point of endangering them, then there needs to be a consequence. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, can you determine can you read back what we're doing here?
And I just want to clarify that
Yes.
it was moved by Councillor Bestwick and seconded by Councillor Brennan. Okay, just had to make sure we caught that. Thanks. So the motion is prepare guidelines for dog owners that encourage responsible pet ownership and continue with current bylaw requirements regarding dogs and direct staff to prepare a bylaw with the inclusion of required ventilation in vehicles and rules on tethering.
I'm seeing nodding heads here. Thank you very much.
And Your Worship, with the assumption it would not be included in a core review.
Okay. So I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. This is a good night. Animal control, cat regulations, next item up. Purpose, to provide information on expanding the animal control bylaw to include sections on the licensing and regulation of cats. We have 6 delegations, the first one being Ms. Dara Woolrich. Please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Dara Woolrich, 495 Hillcrest Avenue, Nanaimo. The second delegate, Robert Tobin, has very kindly given me his 5 minutes because my presentation requires the extra time, if that is acceptable.
without going to vote, it sounds like it's acceptable to council.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Now I gotta change my timer.
All right, I am speaking against cat licensing. Cat licensing, we've got to talk. Cats aren't dogs. Here's why. Dogs were domesticated around 27,000 years ago. Okay, in exchange for food and shelter, all you have to do is help with the hunt and guard the cave. It's called domestication. Get used to it. Cats, on the other hand, only became domesticated around 9,000 years ago. Okay, we've domesticated the dog, but we're having a little trouble with the cat. Cats are the only domesticated animals who are solitary in the wild as opposed to living in packs, herds, or flocks. What a dog thinks of a leash. What a cat thinks of a leash. It appears to humans have constructed some sort, I don't care what it is, George, get it the hell off of me. Nope. People tend to be polarized in their view of cats. They either consider them to be gods or devils. And who can tell me which animal did the Egyptians worship? In ancient Egypt, in the age of the Pharaoh, killing a cat incurred the death penalty, even if it's accidental. By contrast, superstition about black cats helped spread the Black Plague, Black Death. In the Middle Ages, people associated cats with witches and thought the devil could turn into a black cat. Masses of cats were killed, and the uncontrolled rodent population increased the spread of plague-infected fleas. The ancient Egyptians worshipped cats as gods. Cats have not forgotten this. Cat licensing, some points. Number one, licensing does not return lost cats to owners. Identification such as tattoos or microchips plus up-to-date owner contact information reunites missing cats and their families. This cat was reunited after a 5-year absence due to his microchip data. Number two, licensing does not affect feral cat populations. Trap, neuter, return programs have proven to be the most effective method for controlling feral cat populations. Number three, licensing does not reduce overpopulation of domestic cats. Low-cost spay-neuter programs have proven to be highly effective in controlling unwanted breeding of pet cats. Please spay and neuter your pets. Number four, licensing cats will not stop songbirds from being killed. The number one cause of songbird fatalities is habitat destruction at almost 40%. Number two is predation from various hawks and other birds of prey. Therefore, safe bird feeder placement is absolutely key. That's Bear, by the way, trying to get to that feeder. That bird feeder owner is definitely having some difficulties. Getting it right is key. Domestic and feral cats have been blamed for killing large numbers of birds, but the magnitude and significance of the problem sometimes has been exaggerated as a result of inappropriate extrapolation from atypical killing sprees or other non-representative data. Many cats rarely, if ever, catch and kill birds. Pointing a finger at cats and cat owners leads to a general misunderstanding of bird conservation and may detract from important conservation needs such as habitat protection and ecologically sound land management. Number five, cat licensing will not stop cats from making a deposit in your garden. Unless every cat in the Greater Nanaimo area, including all stray and feral felines, are kept strictly indoors, garden scat deposits will happen. Cats are roamers by nature. The legal term is independent free spirits. These are a couple of ideas about cat-proofing a veggie garden. I tend to favor the stick method on the left. Domestic cats fulfill an environmental niche, that of hunters of small prey. So important were they considered that the Vikings would give kittens to newlywed brides as an essential part of a new household. And of course, cats were the heroes during the Black Plague. We probably wouldn't be here without the cats getting rid of those rats. Now, this is interesting. This is the famous cat from number 10 Downing Street in England. And he's on guard there, which I happen to notice our local city hall has quite a few rat or mice traps that are baited with poison. Perhaps they might want to consider a natural alternate to mice hunting. Anyhow, cats and humans, a bond formed by mice. With grain stores came mice. The stage was set for one of the more successful biological experiments ever undertaken. The cats were delighted by the abundance of prey in the storehouses. People were delighted by the pest control. Cat licensing's sole purpose is to generate revenue, but does it? Licensing of cats is for income generation only, Animal Advocates of BC. Pet taxes, punishing responsible pet owners. Local governments are tempted to raise or create direct taxes on pets under the guise of pet licenses, Cat Fanciers Association. Myth, licensing generates revenue for animal control. Fact, the cost of running licensing programs often exceed the revenue those programs generate. The dark side, a license to kill. Passing a law mandating that all owners license their cats will increase the number of cats killed in animal pounds and shelters. The number one documented cause of death for all cats in North America is being killed in animal pounds and shelters. Licensing funnels even more cats into a system which offers them little chance to survive. Mandatory cat licensing ordinances are a license to kill. They operate on the principle that any unlicensed cat should be brought into a pound or shelter where many of them are often killed for a variety of reasons. Calgary, a success story, or is it? Here's what you're not being told. Calgary does have mandatory cat licensing. Calgary's fines for cats violating their animal control bylaws range from $25 to $1,500 per cat. Making false declarations is a fine of $500. The fine for not licensing your cat is $250 plus licensing fee. Bill Bruce, the program's creator, states that around 50% of cats in Calgary are licensed, and this is in spite of all these fines that they are putting on their public. Hi, my name is Amber. I'm the world's best mouser. I was abandoned, but being resourceful, found a wonderful new home. Cages, cars, and closed doors that I can't get through make me pretty panicky. The pound and the SPCA don't want me because their rules say I'm unadoptable. If I go there for any reason, I'll be killed. I'm perfectly healthy and a great friend, unless, of course, you're a mouse. How can you say you're saving cats when licensing will put hundreds of us at risk? Please keep me safe. Next time you come over, we can share pats and purrs. Questions?
Thank you very much. I'm seeing no questions. Oh, I've got one now. Councillor Pratt.
I just wanted to say thank you. That was very entertaining.
Next speaker, Mr. Leon Davis.
Hello again.
Thank you. You have
Cats.
5 minutes.
I'll preface this by saying in the 1970s, licensing your dog wasn't something that happened. And when it was brought forward, the dog poop hit the fan. There was a lot of people for it, a lot of people against it. But that kind of societal normative change has now come along, so we realize that to value dogs and to value what they mean to us and to get them home quicker, it's normal now that you license your dog. It's just what you do when you have a dog. And there's a reason why in British Columbia, 75% of dogs who become stray end up back with their owners. They're licensed, they're tagged. Only 11% of cats find their way back home. Not to say that any licensing program requires a cat to wear a collar and a tag. These can be virtual licenses, which are kept in a database. The tattoo's linked to the person, the owner. It was a very entertaining presentation. I'll take a little bit of umbrage with the fact that licensed cats coming into the shelter would possibly or likely die. The national average for cats making it out of a shelter to a home across Canada is 50%. The Nanaimo shelter is 85%. So you know, I own 4 cats myself. It's always a last resort. And the whole point of having licensing of cats is that we can more quickly find an owner and get them back home and not have them in a shelter because, of course, they want to be home. Licensing of cats is, I saw the report and I was surprised to see some of the expense projections on there were so high. That suggests more of a model of not allowing cats to be at large. You know, extra expenses in staffing and transportation and trapping and all those kind of things. It's not something we were looking at. We have situations in Nanaimo where recently we had a gentleman who had 20 unneutered, unspayed cats in the neighborhood. He was allowing them to roam. They were destroying property. They were getting in fights, spreading disease, and we couldn't do anything because they weren't in such a bad state of health that we could remove them. Having a bylaw in place, whether it was a spay-neuter bylaw that cats must be spayed and neutered after 6 months, would have been a tool that we could use to help with that. For sure, and I don't know if that's something that people want to be able to have to do, as to say you must spay and neuter your animals. And licensing can help with that because it leaves the option with the owners to say, I'm going to spay and neuter my animal because the licensing fee is less. There was no talk in the report of potential revenue to offset this. The city's been very generous and forward-thinking in supporting the spay and neuter program, and my thought was that licensing could actually, the fees could help offset that cost from taxpayers if it's accepted when I present that to council, and could actually go to support that program, which is an amazing program. So I think that there's definitely some more discussions we can have around that. I definitely don't picture there having to be cat catchers running out and catching cats and bringing them back to shelters. I just think we need to start valuing our pets and looking at why we value dogs over cats, and understand that Nanaimo's largest animal control problem right now is the thousands of cats, 750 each year between us and Catnap, that come in as stray or semi-feral or feral or free living. That's huge. Catnap are an amazing organization with all volunteers, very few resources. If we were to lose them, I cannot tell you, although Catnap will tell you, what an extra 350 cats left out in our community will do. And if the problem isn't on everyone's doorstep right now because they're not seeing it, because we're talking about dams between the two organizations, sticking our fingers in and struggling a little bit, I can tell you that to lose one of us would have such an impact that something would have to happen, have to change. And I totally disagree that licensing does not get cats back home quicker. It absolutely does. It's not about whacking fines with people. It's education first. If a cat comes in repeatedly, and the person refuses to get that cat spayed or neutered, or to even accept our offer of help through the spay-neuter program, there at some point has to be, hang on a second, this isn't fair. You can't have 20 unsterilized cats terrorizing a neighborhood. It's not fair on everyone else. So I think we just need to look at what we have to do, and we have to do something.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Leon, did I hear you say that you were coming back with a presentation or a report? Did I misunderstand that?
No, I'm not coming back with a presentation, no.
Okay, thanks.
No. We're certainly willing to work with City further on best practice model bylaws and around what that looks like. I would say that it's a trend that's growing. There are 25 municipalities in British Columbia that have either cat licensing, registration, which unlike, it doesn't create revenue in licensing fees, but you register your cat with the pound so that you can get reunited more quickly, or at least there are municipalities that have mandatory identification, whether that's a tattoo, that's a bylaw, a tattoo, a microchip, or a tag. Across Canada, from Calgary heading east now, Toronto, Calgary, Thunder Bay, Mississauga, Ottawa, Oshawa, Sudbury, Winnipeg, just to name a few, all have pet licensing. If you own a pet in the city, you have a responsibility to have that pet identifiable back to you so that it doesn't just roam and breed and create more problems.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
I need to have some sort of suggestion from the SPCA about what we could do as first steps. That's what I'd like, because I think that there's a lot of work to be done in our community to bring us up to some sort of standard level of information and education on this. I don't think there's a lot of agreement out there. We had a university professor from VIU come and talk to us, and he said that the greatest threat to songbirds was cats.
I agree.
Cats. So that's the best information the environmental committee could get on songbird populations. So I'm just not satisfied that the report treats the suggestions seriously, but I don't know where we should go as first steps.
I think the report definitely overstates the potential expense. Like I said, this isn't a situation where we're going to have our bylaw officers running around trying to catch cats. It's not something that we can do and wouldn't expect the city to do. I think as a bare minimum, we need to look at saying to pet owners, we already do with dogs, that if you have a cat, you must have identification of some type on that cat. To have an unidentified cat running around isn't acceptable. Also, if a cat has a tattoo, it's likely been spayed or neutered, because as a matter of course, that's what vets do. And maybe we're looking towards licensing, but I really think that the report needs to come back not with just what the expenses are, what are the potential revenues for offsetting any expenses in this program? Can we look at supporting the spay-neuter fund through license fees? What should those license fees be? I don't think they need to be huge. Maybe it's $20 a year. Maybe it's a once in a lifetime thing. Maybe it's $10 if your cat's spayed or neutered, to try and push that message home of, look after your animal and we can help you. The spay-neuter program is fantastic, and so it's not going to burden any people who are on low income who are being told that you have to spay-neuter your cat or you have to license your cat.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions here with regards to what this is asking from us. It sounds like cat licensing, but from your point of view, you're not really asking for cat licensing. You're asking for some sort of cat control because of the amount of cats that are coming in. Is that what you're asking from us? I'm just a little confused on what we're getting here.
If it was Christmas, then I would say cat licensing is the direction to go. To get more cats home more quickly, it's that we require residents who own pets to license and register their pet with the city, to pay a small fee, and for that fee to be reduced to if that cat is spayed or animal is spayed or neutered. I'm looking towards not just dog licensing, but pet licensing. If you have a pet, it's on record with the city, there's a license fee paid, and there's some sort of identification, just like dogs, to try and reunite them when they become stray. Not running around and picking them up stray when they come in. If we have some of these 300-odd cats that come into Nanaimo each year that we could call the pound and say, hey, we have this cat with this tag number or this tattoo. Do you know the owner? Yes, you do. Great. We'll call them. We've got their cat. And we wouldn't even charge anyone to come and pick that cat up. I mean, we just want the cat to get back home.
Okay. So from that, there's a lot of responsible cat owners out there, and I, for one, am one of those, and my cat has a tattoo, and we keep the information updated. Is this more of an education piece where you described that this household had 20 cats and you couldn't do anything about it? For that example there, what are you trying to do with those 20 cats? Are you trying to make sure that they don't go out or they get lost and you return those 20 cats back to that owner? Or
Right, so that example actually, and in the report, we were talking also about spay-neuter bylaws, and it's kind of a separate thing. If there was a spay-neuter bylaw which requires people who have cats that are 6 months and older to have them fixed, we could have used that in that case to say to this gentleman during the education piece, for all these welfare reasons and for the public good of your neighborhood, you need to spay-neuter your cats. We can help you do it for free, but also there is a bylaw that requires you to do this. We don't want to bring in bylaws at the moment. Work with us, and that would have helped a lot. That's that was a separate thing. That was more about an option, which is a spay-neuter bylaw, which some municipalities do.
Okay, so it's just not cat licensing. There are other options that we haven't been introduced to. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers, or pardon me, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Ms. Kathy Bart. Please come down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy Bart, and I'm from Holland Road. And I just want to inform you that since 1998, I've been the executive director and a co-founder of CatNap, which is a non-profit, 100% volunteer-based cat rescue society dedicated to rescuing homeless and abandoned cats. We rely on donations, adoption fees, and fundraising events in order to operate. Once rescued, the cats are placed in foster care, given medical attention, and when healthy, are spayed, neutered, vaccinated, and put up for adoption. Many newly elected councillors would not have heard our presentation last November and may not be aware of the significant number of homeless and abandoned cats in our city. Copies of that previous presentation and tonight's presentation have been provided for you, but we've had to pare it down tonight because we only have 5 minutes. We based that original presentation for you on 10 minutes. Statistics show more people own cats than dogs, yet our city does not have any bylaws in place to deal with the growing cat overpopulation crisis. CatNap is filling a gap that is being left by services not currently provided in this city as a direct result of irresponsible cat owners not spaying or neutering and tattooing their pets before 6 months of age, and then choosing to dump them or leave them when they move behind, or leave them when they move away. In 2014, we rescued 330 cats, 100 more than any previous year, and approximately 95% were not spayed or neutered. Cats and kittens have been rescued from various places, like dumpsters, boxes on the side of the road, down back alleys, in parks, you name it. CatNap rescues a very small amount of the actual number of homeless cats out there. And without our intervention, they will continue to reproduce and eventually succumb to disease, starvation, predators, the elements, or injuries. The suffering endured is totally preventable and inexcusable. We no longer have the ability to cope with the increased volume of rescue calls from the public, some having been referred to us by animal control. We were informed in a meeting last September with bylaw services that a number of cat cages at animal control were sitting empty. This was at a time when our foster homes were filled to capacity, with as many as 76 cats and kittens in our care in 1 month. The cat spay-neuter bylaw has the ability to take a proactive approach and shift the burden from the shoulders of CatNap and the SPCA onto the shoulders of the irresponsible cat owners where it belongs. This cats are disposable mentality is not present with dogs, and most dog owners are responsible and have their dogs spayed, neutered, and licensed. Why should cats not be treated the same? We are not saying that cat licensing fees have to be the same as dogs, nor that cats have to wear collars and tags. Calgary has a database on their city website where people can register, pay, and update online. It's a virtual license that is attached to the tattoo microchip the cat receives during spay or neutery surgery and pays for by law enforcement, which is complaint generated. The license fees for cats are lower if they have been spayed or neutered. Recent articles in the media have focused on the cat licensing, saying, quote, "It makes little sense when a large part of the issue is stray and feral cats running wild in many areas of the city." We couldn't agree more with the latter part of that statement. Stray and feral cats are absolutely the issue, and an issue that is entirely preventable with a spay-neuter bylaw. The one and only current bylaw for cats that is currently in place for an animal reads, "No person shall keep, harbor, or have in his possession any cat suffering from any infectious or contagious disease, unless such cat is in isolation under treatment for the cure of such disease." That's the only bylaw in place, but that's not dealing with the cat overpopulation crisis at hand. Did you know that a single pair of mating cats and their kittens can produce as many as 420,000 offspring in 7 years. We are very concerned that city staff's recommendation to council is to make no amendments to the animal control and regulation bylaws to include cats. The original $150,000 figure provided by city staff in their report implies that animal control has zero capacity now to handle not a single call about new cat bylaws, and that this would be new funding required. Has the revenue generated from cat licensing fees directly offsetting any bylaw enforcement costs been factored into cost estimates? The report also implies there will be increased sterilization fees related to the spay-neuter bylaw. But where has any revenue generated from adoption fees been factored into that report? In the recent January 31st issue of the Nanaimo Daily News, Mr. Davidson stated that his figure could be as low as $85,000. However, this figure appears to be absent from his original report. We feel the city staff report requires more information, more time, and transparency attached to it before a proper decision can be made. We respectfully request that Council delays making any decision on the bylaws at this time and makes a motion to request city staff provide a more comprehensive, detailed report of what the estimated $85,000 to $150,000 figures are comprised of, with a breakdown of what those costs are and for each expense stated. Thank you for your time and attention to this very important community problem that requires a community solution. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Okay.
Next speaker, Ms. Maida Rin. Hope I pronounced it properly. Thank you. And the last speaker, Mr. Fred Taylor.
Mayor McKay and council members, I believe the city and the SPCA could jointly develop a separate bylaw for the maintenance control of cats administered by the SPCA. The SPCA already receiving a yearly contribution of $25,000 towards spade and neuter program, and for administering the bylaw, revenue from violations and licensing would go to the SPCA to help them in the expense of administering a cat bylaw.
Thank you very much.
This idea of cats, I've been before council in the past about bylaws across the country where if you were given a trap and bring a cat in, say it's my neighbor's, they would phone. There was no license fee involved at the time. They would say it's so much cost to get your cat back. If they got it back again, that fine increased, and they avoided a licensing fee. I can't tell you what the latest situation with those different towns is, whether they've also included licensing, but they originally started out because of the cry about no licensing of cats to have a system where you could get a trap, bring the cat in, identify it, and the owner is fined when he picks it up. So there's been different ways of trying to control cats. And I think you should work with the SPCA. We're already giving what they ask for, $25,000 usually a year. That can go towards the program. And instead of having an animal control contractor administer the cat bylaw, SPCA, who have a keen interest in it and are getting a good sum of money now, and the revenue from administering it could help them out, hopefully to be self-sufficient in operation of the bylaw.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers. Staff recommendation is on page 107. Motion that council directs staff to make no amendments to the animal control and regulation bylaw regarding cats. Do we have a mover on that motion, that recommendation? Seeing no mover.
No, yeah, make a motion, Your Worship.
Okay, so we've got no mover on this motion. Motion, okay, recommendation fails. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. To direct staff to work with the SPCA on a step-by-step recommendations for bylaw. I'll repeat that. Direct staff to work with SPCA on a step-by-step to come up with recommendations for bylaw. Clear?
Not
or
for,
murky?
Not for me. Only because it's just a bylaw on what?
Regarding the subject of cats.
Okay. And
the experts making the bylaw, the staff and the SPCA people.
Does staff understand what's being asked of them?
Your Worship, I'm not sure about the last reference about bylaw. Are we looking at recommendations to regulate cats through city enforced bylaw? If we are, certainly we will take that direction.
Councillor Yoakum.
Yes, direct staff to work with SPCA on a step-by-step recommendation to come up with a bylaw regarding regulations for cat regulations bylaw. I'm not being very clear because it's pretty early.
Your Worship, I understand the motion to come back with regulations to regulate cats. I understand.
Yeah, in partnership with the SPCS. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I think that I agree with the recommendation or the direction to staff, and it would be to do a step-by-step, an incremental bylaw, so that the first infraction you wouldn't be thrown in jail, unless it was really bad, unless it was my cat, and also to work with the SPCA because they have very good ideas about non-invasive kind of strategies, and that's what I think we want to see back. We don't want a bylaw that's licensing every cat, but the idea that came up about an online, that you go online yourself, you register your cat via your tattoo or some sort of identification. You do that yourself, and so there wouldn't be a major expense to the city to keep that register of cats. I get that it would cost us some money to set it up, and that people would have to pay a fee depending on whether or not their cat's spayed or not. But those are things that we would like you to work out with the SPCA and come back with a bylaw that isn't heavy-handed but addresses those issues that we're concerned about.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just when staff are going back to deal with this, I don't like the word infractions. I don't understand what the SPCA is getting at. If a cat is an outdoor cat and it's roaming around the neighborhood, does that mean that they're going to catch it, take it, and fine the people for having their cat running around the neighborhood? So it's a little bit leery on the direction that we're giving to staff. I think it's kind of a wide open door with you guys coming back with information that might far exceed what we expect or not even hit the mark.
Your Worship, we will definitely come back to council to make sure that we've got it right. But I'm taking the direction to come back with a bylaw to have pet owners license the cat in some sort of fashion.
Or register.
Right.
Which isn't as onerous as licensing, in my view.
I thought it was about spade and neutering is what the SPCA brought to.
I think that's something that we will explore further, but at this point the motion, as I understand it, is some sort of registration or licensing as a first step.
And I'm assuming there would be a cost associated with registering your cat so that you can find it.
We would try and make it revenue neutral.
That cost would be related to whether it was spayed or neutered.
My hope would be to be revenue neutral as a sort of proposal to council.
Yeah.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, basically, I support the intent of the motion. I'm wondering, though, if having staff come back with a bylaw is taking a jump too far ahead. I'd prefer to first see some options around spaying and neutering, the microchip idea, the virtual licensing concept, and possible enforcement in those areas and how that might work. I'm just wondering if getting that information first before we're actually presented with a bylaw might be more beneficial.
Councillor Thorpe, that's kind of what we're talking about. We're trying to craft something here that's difficult to craft. When we've listened to some delegations, we have an intent that we want to take some steps here, ultimately end up with a bylaw, but whatever steps staff and the SPCA have to take in the interim, great. The direction is not heavy-handed. Take us through step by step on this and end up at the end with something that we can all live with, but that isn't too onerous on anybody, but it serves a purpose.
Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was still on. I think Councillor Thorpe covered exactly what I wanted to say in regard to the neutering and just exploring those options, yeah.
Councillor Brennan, do you have anything final?
I don't have anything to say.
Great, thank you. Seeing no further speakers, do we need the, please, Mr. Jackson, motion read back.
The motion that I have, as I understand it, is that you're going to direct staff to work with the SPCA regarding the creation of a cat regulation bylaw and report back to council.
I'm hearing nodding heads here, so it sounds good. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Accurate. Councillor Beswick.
Might it read a friendly cat regulation report, which may lead to the creation of a bylaw, versus coming back with a bylaw that we might not be happy with. So bring back the report, and that may lead to a bylaw.
So that's a friendly amendment. Is it the original mover fine with that? Okay. Well said. Thank you. Thank you. I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Holy moly, we're doing work great tonight here. Next item. New Building Canada Fund, Small Community Fund Grant Application. To obtain a council resolution endorsing the Chase River Sewer Upgrade project for inclusion with the grant application. Motions on page 116 that council endorse the Chase River Sewer Upgrade project for New Building Canada Fund, Small Community Fund application for the 2/3 of the approximate $3.6 million cost. So moved. Seconder? Seconder? Any discussion? Seeing none? I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can you go home, have a nap now? Mr. Goodall? Thank you. Next one. Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990, number 3704. It's requested the council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to the property maintenance for the properties listed below. The only one left here is 1520 Frew Road. Discarded items, garbage, a derelict fifth wheel trailer, derelict camper, and miscellaneous debris. The motion that council, pursuant to Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990-3704, direct the owners of the following properties to remove the materials as listed below with the premises within 14 days, or the work will be done by the city or its owners at its cost. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the matter of 1520 Frew Road in the audience? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Another item on Frew Road, Section 174 Community Charter, to obtain council authorization to endorse the provisions of the Community Charter. Anyone wishing to speak to the property at 1520 Frew Road? Motion that council pursuant to Section 74 of the Community Charter, due to the deterioration of the building or buildings located at 1520 Frew Road, which are unsecured and are considered to be in a dilapidated and unclean condition. Therefore, the owners of the property are hereby required to demolish the buildings or bring them up to standard and leave the site clean and tidy within 90 days. And number 3, if not completed within 90 days, the City of Nanaimo or its agents may demolish the buildings and leave the site clean and tidy at the expense of the owner. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this matter with respect to 1520 Frew Road? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'll second item 1.
Sorry.
And on the previous one. Item 1.
All right. Number 10, bylaws with no accompanying report. A motion that financial plan amendment bylaw number 2015 number 7197.03 to amend Schedule A be adopted. So moved. And seconded by Councillor Yoakum? No, Councillor Ong, okay. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just a question to staff. What is being amended? What parts have changed?
Your Worship, this was to include the recent expenditures that Council agreed to, and Mr. Clemens can explain further.
Yeah, Council's already given 3 readings to this bylaw. This was to add the payment for Loaves and Fishes and the Port Theatre expansion project.
Only.
That's correct. Those are the only 2 projects covered in this particular bylaw amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Worship. And in regards to the Port Authority amendment, is it still noted, like from the last meeting, the note saying pending that if they raise, but what I sort of belabored the other night?
That's correct. We've agreed to put that into the budget documentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I call the question. We have a motion on the floor, do we not? Yeah. Okay. No further speakers, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bestwick opposed. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Yoakum as well. Thank you. Correspondence, seeing none. Council appointments, none. Notice of motion, none. Other business. Councillor Bestwick, read your motion for council consideration.
Thank you. I'll try to get this in under the wire. I hope everybody at home is still up and watching on Monday night. My motion is in relation to the following: that council direct staff to prepare a feasibility report that explores options in partnership with the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre to develop the city-owned 1406 Bone Road site across from the Quarterway Pub as an affordable rental facility addressing the needs of urban Aboriginals living off reserve in Nanaimo with the following general conditions. BC Housing and other funding partners are consulted to ascertain the nature and extent of their support for the proposed use on this site. 2, consultation with the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre to ascertain the nature and extent of the population to be served by the provision of affordable rental housing at this site, including that the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre undertake a comprehensive consultation process with businesses and residents, community in local proximity to the site. 3, that the feasibility report be brought back to council on or before April 13, 2015, with information regarding provincial input on funding agreements, operating agreements, approval agreements, and preliminary neighborhood feedback. And finally, to investigate the ongoing need of residential support to the Aboriginal students and immediate families attending Vancouver Island University. So moved.
Second. Speakers? No speakers? Well, I wanted to say something. I'm concerned that this one here, can staff ask or answer, what are the commitments we have on that property right now?
Well, Your Worship, the property is part of the Housing First program that we have in partnership with the province. This motion actually covers off that we would discuss with the province how we could partner with them on this project and how it affects the existing program. So I think you'll get back that information as we consult with them through the feasibility study on their ability to partner further with this kind of project. I do know that there is some question about whether they can fund operating costs now under our current agreements, and that would be something we'd want to explore and bring back and have council understand as well.
Under the current proposal?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Under our current Housing First proposal.
The only other thing I have to add is I've got some concerns that this is being done out of step with any sort of comprehensive housing strategy, affordable housing strategy that I don't believe we have one. We've got the first step done, which is the hardest to house, housing first strategy, but nothing beyond that. And this one appears to me to be out of step with that. Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Well, nothing's out of step yet, Your Worship. What we're entertaining is another option for this site, which is zoned appropriately, which was put in put on hold until such time as we created so it was identified that we had this need, and we needed apparently approximately 5 or 6 housing units spread throughout the city in the Housing First agreement. Several years later, I think we're opening up or it's already been opened prior to Christmas on Uplands. And it was put in reserve, this Quarterway site, because we weren't sure if we were going to, in fact, require it or need it based on the success of the housing units, the one that's right over by City Hall and then the one at the north end, and what our needs would be in the future from the past. So while there may be a future need for this site, for the original aspect of the Housing First, this is another use that's been identified that may meet the test of a requirement to house the Aboriginal community that is attending Vancouver University and otherwise, and perhaps other members of the community. So I think it's important that we do the feasibility study. I don't think that it says that we're moving off our intent to utilize that site for housing purposes, for marginalized or for need or for hardest to house. I think this fits, personally, I think it fits the criteria. It may come back that the housing will say, no, sorry, it doesn't. Well, I guess we're kind of done in the water at that point. But the conversations that I have had with members of the community from Vancouver University, from the Nanaimo Aboriginal Center, from other agencies, view this as a potential winner. And until such time as it's proven to me that it's not worthy of pursuing a feasibility on it, then I think that we should proceed with the feasibility study and see what comes back. And it might tell us not to proceed, but I'd like to hear that from the results of the feasibility study.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next on the hit parade, for council consideration. It's recommended that a core review be established as council's #1 priority for 2015 until the results of it are implemented. #2, no additional services will be undertaken by the city until the core review is completed and/or are included in the review process. #3, current service levels are not to be adjusted until a core review is completed or any new services are included in the review process. #4, staffing levels for IAFF, CUPE, and excluded staff are not to increase until a core review is completed. 5, a consultant is to be retained to assist council with the development of a mandate to guide the development of terms of reference of a core review. 6, staff are directed to bring forward terms of reference to undertake a core review based on the mandate developed in Recommendation 5 and options for tendering the core review process. 7, a core review committee made up of the entire council and chaired by the mayor will guide the development, review, and implementation of a core review. Do we have a mover?
Can you second it?
Yep, okay.
Second.
Can I third it?
Well, I just read it, so you actually can move it if you like.
I'll move it.
Okay.
You can second it.
Second, okay. Discussion, Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reading through these bullets and just seeing this recently is definitely in support of core review, being crystal clear about that. I'm just wondering with line items 5, 6, and 7, should be done in a two-pronged process, which would lead to the other 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because I'm definitely, again, being supportive of it, but I want to know what the process is going to look like. Are we putting maybe a cart ahead of the horse? I'm not sure. I'm just putting it out there for my own process. Because I'm a fan of terms of reference. I'm a fan of budgets. I'm a fan of timeframes. And having no time frame, I was saying on item 4, staffing levels of, I want to ensure roles are being dealt with. I want to make sure public safety is being adhered to, etc. And I don't want to, I don't know one's suggesting that, but I do not want to put the public safety, whether it's through fire or policing, etc., at risk over the core review. That's all. I just want to be crystal clear on that. So it says staffing levels will be staffing levels for IAFF, CUPE, and excluded staff. I'm assuming excluded staff, that's like management?
Management and not excluded in the union.
Okay, are not to increase. So if there was a police officer down or a fire person out, they could replace them because it's already in the system?
It's intended not to increase the size of the civil service.
Unless there was a need be. And the core review will outline if there's a need for that. Because I don't want to box ourselves in on public safety. That's where I'm getting at. I'm being repetitive, but I just want to make sure our core mandates are adhered to.
It's intended that the size of the civil service is not intended to increase.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Kipp.
No. I must have bumped it.
You must have bumped it.
I must have fallen asleep and bumped it.
Councillor Brennan.
The way I read this, number 3, bullet 3 says current service levels are not to be adjusted until a core review is completed, and that staffing levels are not to increase until a core review is completed. And I personally would like that to be, if you read the bullet above, it makes sense that this staffing levels would neither increase or decrease until the core review is completed. Because I think if you start to decrease the civil service, you are implementing cuts pre-core review outcomes. And I would like all of our staff to know that we are sincere, that this is a legitimate review of services, and it includes a discussion as to whether the services are adequate or inadequate. So, if, you know, I just think if all that you're saying here is that levels can't increase, then you could go in and just decrease without reference to the outcome of a core review, and I don't want to see that.
Well, I think the intention of 3 is to do exactly as you suggest.
So,
it's not intended to decrease.
So let's make that perfectly clear, because in my view, these are kind of redundant. But if we are going to have this number 4, then we should make it as crystal clear as we think number 3 is, and add or decrease.
Add more deeply?
Or add or decrease. So staffing levels are not to increase or decrease. Or you may just have staffing levels are to remain the same. Staffing levels shall not change until a core review is completed. And that would make it very clear.
Well, we're going to have to go seriatim then if we're going to tinker with 1, I would suggest, because I think there may be some debate on that.
I think we have to go in seriatim anyway, but okay, when we get there, I'll make that amendment.
Great. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I understand what Councillor Brennan's saying, but I completely think that it's captured in number 3, current service levels are not to be adjusted. So that speaks to both to me. So it doesn't not to be adjusted. So that means don't add, don't delete, don't adjust until the core services review is completed. So I don't think 3 is redundant in speaking to 4. The staffing levels for IAF, QP, and excluded staff are not to increase, or you could friendly it to not to be altered until a core review is completed, which is really the same thing that 3 is saying. But so staffing levels not to be altered, which would mean up or down, not to be altered. So if you would like to, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to change that or not to increase to not to be altered in number 4, if that's fair for the mover, I think was Councillor Kipp. And if that's okay, not to be altered? Okay, so that captures 3 and 4. For me, since I'm on the list, I'm just trying to comprehend Councillor Yoakum's concern about doing this in 2 parts, like 1, 2, 3, 4 as part 1 and 5, 6, 7 as part 2. My only concern is, frankly, number 6, that staff are directed to bring forward terms of reference to undertake a core review based on the mandate developed in recommendation 5. So recommendation number 5 is to hire a consultant to assist council with the development of the mandate to guide the development of the terms of reference of a core review. So won't we really be doing that in number 5? Won't we really be doing number 6 and number 5? And then what are we just asking staff to tweak it and bring it back to us?
No. What number 5 is to ask that a consultant be retained to assist us in developing the charter, if you will. We talked about that.
Or terms of reference.
Terms of
So same
reference,
thing.
right? Yep. So that's number 5. Number 6 is once that's done, we then direct staff to bring forward those terms of reference and undertake the core review based on the mandate developed and the options for tendering the core review process.
Okay. Thanks.
Wow. Okay. Well, it appears that there are no further speakers. Did we want to go seriatim? Sounds like we've got agreement on pretty much the whole thing. Okay. So I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we're down to question period with one or two. No?
Sorry, we're not going after 11, are we? No, we'll go after 11 if somebody wants to talk.
So we need to vote to go past the hour of 11.
Sure.
See? So moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Brennan opposed? Carried.
Seeing no questions, we're adjourned.
Any questions? Mr. Boland, please come down.
In your vote earlier, which, if I recall correctly, you have maintained the Monday meeting sequence?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
The result of that was what? Reducing the number of meetings, which you will have by about 9, if Councillor Bestwick was correct. Is that right? Because the holidays, right? Mondays are holidays, so you lose about 9 meetings during this period. Pardon?
There are some Thursday holidays. Remembrance Day can fall on a Thursday.
Okay, well, I was going from Councillor Bestwick's figure.
In 2015, it's 9.
Yeah, we're not
2016
losing
might be different. We're not losing nothing.
We're not losing anything. We would have gained something if we had gone to Thursdays.
You mean you'd have had more meetings?
We would have had more meetings, yes.
Yes.
But
Okay.
we're
You'd have
not
had-
losing anything. It's there. It's
You
the
know how
status
much you
quo.
live for them.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is this: what was the trade-off that we got for this?
There wasn't. We would have increased our workload to have more meetings on Thursdays than less meetings on Mondays.
Yes, so the net result was?
Status quo.
Well, all I'm wondering is here, it seems to me that we have been paying very special tribute to Shaw. I'm reminded of the book about, or the saying about all citizens are equal, but some citizens are more equal than others. In that trade-off, do we know the percentage of viewers who are served by Shaw and why we are so dedicated to having those meetings on, without having our Thursday meetings because they would not be shown live on Shaw? Being a TELUS subscriber, it really doesn't matter to me, but it seems to me that the Shaw subscribers are getting a benefit from the city by that early.
Most Mondays.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm really trying to understand why we're worried about Shaw. And Shaw got their license by providing community programming, which this is. I think we have a strong bargaining chip there, and I was just surprised at how easily we overcame the original request with something that seems to me to put at least a large part of our population at a disadvantage by being concerned that the subscribers to one company can have their meetings.
I think you raise a very, very, very valid point. And the reason why some members of this council voted not to move meetings to Thursday was specific to and solely because the Monday viewings would no longer be available on Shaw.
Live.
Correct. So that I think was probably as Councillor Thorpe said, that was the game breaker.
That was my point. I hope you understand it, because we have lost service in favor of Shaw. Sorry?
Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, just a question through to you. You're concerned now that if we don't change the early agenda and we don't have the addendum sheets and I mean, right now they're just saying move the agendas earlier and that's the only shift. We've lost the ability to break between RDN and city. We've lost the ability to condense our work week to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're now spread out across the whole week where every day staff will be sending us an agenda or something for our next week's meeting. And from my consideration, it got more confusing.
Well, I think you're quite right. And I think the citizens of Nanaimo have lost in this equation as well.
I tried.
You may be able to reconsider. I don't know. That's up to you.
6 months, I'll be back.
Councillor Brennan.
So, Mr. Boland, you're a TELUS subscriber?
Pardon?
You're a TELUS subscriber?
I'm on TELUS.
Yeah. So how do you view the live meetings?
I watch them late, just like any Shaw subscriber could,
So
if meetings were held on Thursday.
But still, you have that option. We haven't taken that option away from you.
I'm just saying,
Status quo for you,
they have
right?
an option I don't have.
But you still watch the...
Of course I can watch
Okay,
it.
so you haven't really
I'm saying
lost
it's
it.
lost. I'm saying there is an advantage that seems to be special to Shaw subscribers. It was described that so many of them
But no
were
impairment to you.
concerned.
I just want to establish that, with no impairment to you.
There's no impairment, as I see.
that's good.
It can't, well, yes, I am impaired. I couldn't watch it live.
But you don't. You don't.
Well, in dealing with populations, we always deal with what could be, not what any individual is
But if
up
it was
to.
Thursdays, everybody would be in your situation, which you describe as a disadvantage.
Who would be disadvantaged?
You have described being a TELUS
I said,
subscriber
no, it's
who
not
is
me. It's
unable.
every subscriber who isn't a Shaw subscriber.
No, but then everyone would just be equally impaired.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be equal.
It'd
All
be
pigs,
equal
all
impairment.
animals would be equal rather
There.
than some more equal than
Well,
others.
that's not how I
Run away,
view
Miss
governance. But
Councillor Thorpe.
Whatever. Thanks,
Go for
Mr.
it.
Mayor. Well, he keeps turning it off again.
He's on.
I really don't want to debate this all over again. With any decision, some people are not happy. I presented my side of an argument, Mr. Boland, and I'm sorry if you don't like it. You asked a question or you made a statement, though, that I do want to respond to, and that is, why do I care so much or worried about Shaw? I'm not. What I'm worried about is representing the interests of citizens who talked to me and said that they did value that opportunity to watch the broadcasts live. And if that was taken away, I can just imagine the outcry that we are reducing our transparency and cutting people off from being able to watch the debate that's been so interesting this evening.
I started off by asking if we have any statistics on what percentage of the population are on Shaw versus TELUS or satellite or something else. Do we happen to know that, whether that is a sizable part of
I
it?
think the clerk has some information.
So in my conversation with Shaw, I did ask that question. If they keep track and they have viewership and they do not have that technology and they don't have the ability, so they couldn't give me any numbers.
Well, no, this is just a matter of
Your
subscribers,
Worship,
right?
I believe
they
we
either pay
understand.
Shaw or we pay TELUS.
I believe what we do know, though, is the streaming that occurred was what number?
The streaming on our website, we can track, and we have been tracking, and it varies. It really does, several hundred to several dozen.
Average is about 120 over a year that we changed for.
Anyway,
can I ask you?
Well, actually, I think Mr. No.
That was a good answer, sir.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Thorpe, you're done. Councillor Kipp.
Did any of my peers, when you say that you've talked to people and they didn't want the Monday Shaw, were they aware that they would get to watch it after? Or did you just say, oh, we're switching?
Yes, most of them were aware of that.
Thank you.
The comment that I got was, I want to watch council happen when it happens.
I'd love to see him here watching.
I quite agree. I really think we should be looking at an option of using our facilities to do this ourselves.
Did you have any further questions?
Pardon?
Did you have any further questions?
No, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Mr. Taylor.
I would like to ask council if they are aware, as they receive delegations, if they're listening to the community or the taxpayer persons from our community. In other words, hopefully they're making judgment on a word from our own community, i.e., you had several delegations on animal control. Were they all from within the community, or were you listening to half of them from outside the community, Ladysmith or Chemainus or somewhere else? And the reason I'm asking that question is I think it's important as to your judgment in the end, because who elects you? And I've asked the question to Legislative Services that we seem to be missing in the last approximately year, my address In other words, I used to get up here and say Fred Taylor, 204 Emery Way. You would know that's in Nanaimo, and you're listening to somebody, a taxpayer, somebody within the community. I've checked with FOI of the province, and they cannot point out to me anything that would stop you from asking the address. It is on the form when I make out. You would, but you don't see those forms anymore, even on the agenda. So hopefully you know everybody that stands before you to make judgment. If you don't, it bothers me as to what judgments you're making. If it's not a taxpayer within the community or a member of our community. And the last question I'd like to ask is...
Are you saying there's feral electorates running around?
Well,
Sorry,
you had a person delegation on your list from Cedar. Did you know that?
Yeah, no,
Are you listening to Cedar now? Is that who elects you?
Well, in the RDN, they vote for us.
Oh,
Or
I
when
see.
we do things out there.
You get paid there too, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Property maintenance on every council meeting. Why do we not see any commercial, industrial property being looked upon by the council? And there's lots. If you go out Duke Point, down Jackson Road, there's machinery sitting right on the frontage of the property with trees maybe 10, 15 years old growing through the machinery.
He's asking.
There is truck cabs, everything else that are wrecks.
So well, let's answer your question. Mr. Swaby.
Your Worship, if there's complaints, we'll review them and bring them forward to council if we deem them to be a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further.
No, there's a question.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Amanda Orm. I live at 895 St. George Street. I was listening to the presentation with the SPCA, and I heard comments about it being exempted from the core review. I've also heard through rumors that the Nanaimo Recycle Exchange will be exempted from the core review as well. So I'm just questioning, is there any sort of transparency and accountability to listing these sort of services that will be exempted from this core review?
Where did you hear that the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange would be exempt from this core review?
Ron Bolin.
Ah.
What I said was, I'm sorry to do this, but what I asked was, I know that the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange needs to change their property quickly. On very good, I have that on very good.
Well, I would say the question's out of order because it's not on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. A motion to adjourn? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.